플러스기아가 강팀 대전의 벽에 막혔습니다.
튀어왔다! 이거 못 일어날 것 같아요.
이거 10카운트 되겠는데요.
디플러스기아!
몇 년 전에 전성기 시절에 플러스기아의 느낌이 나거든요.
전성기 디플러스기아가! 자, 페이커 31일 만에 선발 출전. 페이커가 돌아왔습니다.
아, 왜 이거?
8월의 T1은 이런 겁니까? 넥서스 게임에서 지지!
맞아, 일본 챔피언 저도 누가 쓰고 있는 거 같은 이유야. 어떡해?
쇼메이커 플러스기아 파이팅!
플러스기아 파이팅!
T1 파이팅!
T1
페이커 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023 playoffs. It is round one, and we're here for our second best of five. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs, and D plus Kia are about to take on T1. This is going to be a very interesting match, and honestly, kind of have no idea who's going to win. I have a feeling whoever wins game one will probably just plow through the series, though. That's what I'm thinking.
Possibly, but also neither of these teams have been that clean. So, you know, there's been some people thinking like 3-0. It's kind of been like, are you in the 3-0 camp or the 3-2 camp? You either think it's going to be a slugfest or one team gets momentum and just stomps it. But it's just so hard to read. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the series. I'm like, what form is T1 going to be in? Because obviously the reintroduction of Faker, definitely a positive for them, but we can't really forget all the slumping we've seen from other members of the roster, which can't really be excused from the lack of Faker.
Yeah.
And then D+, it's like, you know, they've definitely had some good moments, and then they've had some not so good moments.
And the not so good moments have happened more recently, unfortunately, as well. You have to be reminded of Showmaker on his famous Jace, not really doing so much. Having a look at the standings here, you can see 4th versus 5th. That is what the second match in round one is going to give you. Life Esports very comfortably dispatched of DRX. DRX will be waiting in the gauntlet, though. It's not the last that we have seen of our defending world champions. And here is that playoffs bracket. KT will have the decision of choosing between either Life Esports or whoever wins here today. And based on how today goes, could be an interesting proposition. You'd assume that they would choose the lowest seeded team. But Life Esports didn't exactly look clean yesterday, even in a 3-0.
Yeah, and choosing T1, especially when it's hard to read their current form, is always a bit daunting.
Yeah.
Especially after that series last playoffs when, you know, KT nearly beat T1 and then ended up losing the last hurdle, might end up being fresh in the mind. But KT also did lose to Genji. So, you know, I feel like there's a lot of teams you wouldn't want to necessarily go up against. But I feel like on the other side, coming through from the first round, Genji and KT, both hard opponents to go up against.
Yep, let's have a look at the best of 5 record between these two teams. 3-0 for SKT was in 2019 summer. Then D+ kind of having their renaissance. 2021 was a pretty good year for them, even though they were runners-up in the World Final. But it still was pretty close series. And even in playoffs round 2 in 2022, it was a full distance race between the squads as Acorn and Kellen are both back in the roster. We say things about shot calling and blah, blah, blah all the time as far as Kellen is concerned. How much of that is quantifiable is very difficult to come up with, but we have seen that Kellen's looked way better in the laning phase, and hopefully he can step up and help his team feel a little bit better today.
Yeah, I feel like the thing was a lot of talk about Bible as being, you know, that voice that they felt like they needed, but it's a lot harder to shot call when you're already in a hole in the first place, and I think getting a stronger laning phase is really important. Jungle picks, a huge variety of picks we've seen between these two players. I feel like Canyon has been bringing out these wacky picks to great effect.
Yeah.
Owner, I think, has been the biggest underperformance for T1, but also, despite that, has had some good games. I think that's the thing you got to remember. He's actually second in POG for T1, despite the fact he has had some big underperformances, and I think that's true for both of these junglers. Very hot and cold.
Having a look here at some of the team stats, team goal difference at 30 is actually kind of impressive that it is so high for T1 given their slump, but this does include round 1 as well. You can see this is the entire regular season as far as these stats, but goal difference at 8 minutes for D+ shows that their early laning phase is just nutty. But it's time to have a look at exactly what we thought was going to happen this series. As even on the Korean side, a lot of things coming up T1. Not as many 3-0s as I was expecting as Cloud Templar and Jonah Strong sticking with D+. Whereas on the other side, it is only Chronicler for D+. And Wolf and I, bravery. I actually initially put down 3-2. And Wolf called me out. It was like, but you said 3-0 on the POG state. And so I'm like, all right, well, I could better put it back there.
You are such a flip-flopper.
I was a flip-flopper, but I got to justify it on the POG state. I don't really get to justify it as much here. And it takes a bit of explanation to explain why it was there.
I think you just go bold, you just slam it down, and you're like, if you want justification, come and tune into the cast on the day.
Yeah, tweet at me or put it in the post-match thread in Reddit, and surely I'll defend myself. As now, it is time to hear from the teams moving into this.
네, 안녕하세요. 디플러스기아 감독 최천주입니다. 제가 정규 시즌 마지막 주에 한 주를 빠지게 됐는데 몸 상태가 괜찮아져서 같이 준비하고 열심히 또 준비했기 때문에 자신감 있는 상태입니다. 여러 가지 승리 플랜과 조합적인 부분을 좀 가다듬었고 아무래도 최근 메타에서는 중후반 운영이나 오브젝트 한타가 좀 많이 중요하기 때문에 그 부분을 중점적으로 보완했습니다. 아무래도 미드 원딜 이제 딜러 라인이 좀 중요할 것 같다고 생각합니다. 큰 한타들을 한 두세 번은 하게 될 텐데 게임당 그때 딜러들이 얼마나 잘 해주느냐가 최근 메타에서 중요할 것 같습니다. 썸머 시즌에는 좀 더 높은 것을 보면서 목표로 하고 있기 때문에 반드시 이겨서 더 긴 서머 시즌을 보낼 수 있도록 하고 디플러스기아라는 이름에 걸맞는 경기력으로 꼭 이기겠습니다. 디플러스기아 화이팅!
안녕하세요. T1 임재현 감독 대행입니다. 이번 서머에 좀 우여곡절이 되게 많았었는데 정규 시즌에 비해서 많이 경기력 자체는 올라왔다고 생각해서 저희가 플레이오프에서 그 경기력으로 보여드리겠습니다. 최근 연습 과정이나 결과 둘 다 좋다고 생각하고 있고 저희가 조금 오브젝트 위주로 잘 플레이한다면 좋은 결과 있을 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 플러스 기아는 아마 캐니언 선수를 조금 경계하고 있고요. 저희는 그에 맞서서 오너 선수가 잘 해줄 거라고 믿고 있습니다. 요즘 정글이 이것저것 많이 나오는 메타이긴 한데 또 캐니언 선수가 픽으로 뭘 준비했느냐가 좀 관건인 것 같습니다. 정규 시즌은 5위로 마감을 했지만 플레이오프에서는 그 순위가 큰 의미가 없다고 생각해서 플레이오프에서 저희가 순위에 맞지 않는 경기력으로 좋은 결과로 보답하겠습니다. T1 화이팅!
Great to hear from both Acorn and Tom here as we're almost ready to introduce the players to LoL Park. Both coaches feeling pretty confident. Was kind of surprised that Acorn was coming out with so many fighting words because it has been a difficult time, but now it is time to introduce D+ Kia. And I believe we have a special guest to call out the players as well. And it is Khan calling out the names of the players, and I believe it's just his voice. However, it is great to have such a legend of the top lane for this squad. Of course, wasn't able to pick up a world championship himself, but got pretty dang close.
Yeah, very close on that one. Obviously an org with such a huge legacy, and a big part of it down to this mid-jungle duo.
That's the back of our heads, Orcs. But now it is time to introduce Zeus. And that's Wolf introducing his current top laner, of course, a streamer for T1 at the moment. Formerly two-time world champion, kind of well-known guy. I'm pretty
I've
sure.
heard of him.
Yeah.
I've heard of him, yeah. Pulling out the big guns with some of these legends. They've got calling out these names.
Yeah, you'd say that they're probably pretty predominant based on the players that have retired for both of these teams. I think the only one for D+ could have been a nod towards Noguri, but I have a feeling that you'd say Khan has a little bit more charisma. Canyon, a lot is going to be on his shoulders here today. He has been very hot and cold for D+ Kia so far this season.
And I feel like part of it is the team has just really looked to struggle when he hasn't had that impact in the jungle. But when he has completely taken over games. Obviously won the POG award shared with Zeka, and for good reason. I think there wasn't a time when you voted for him and you felt like he didn't deserve it.
No, absolutely. I think every time you felt a little bit annoyed. You're like, oh, we have to do it. It's another Canyon vote? Really?
You have to try and justify the other ones.
Yeah.
In turn.
As Ona has, as Tom mentioned already, a fair bit on his plate in order to take down Canyon. But I have a feeling with Faker back in the mid lane, Ona is going to look a bit better. He looked lost, honestly, in the times with Poby, because he does tend to get micromanaged a little bit around the Rift.
And I think part of it is with T1's underperformance, proximity to Faker, the closer you are has felt like it's had a bigger impact, right? Kerry and Ona, the bigger underperformers, and obviously jungle support connects a lot with the mid lane.
True. Showmaker making his way out was, of course, the mid laner for Khan in that 2021 run. He was looking a little bit rough in their most recent match. Hopefully, Showmaker has turned it around and can give us something good here in this series. Up against Faker so many times, we have seen these two mid laners go head to head. I mean, there have been Kassadin games, there's been finals, and over the last few years, this matchup has been very exciting. And there is the god of the mid lane himself. Be careful with those hands, Faker.
Yep.
He makes his way down. Hopefully the fans are going to be gentle as well. He's going to need them fighting fit. He's been speaking about needing to change up his posture and things like that as far as playing the game is concerned, to make sure that he has as much longevity on the Rift as possible.
And I feel like whenever you have to change those habits when you've been playing for so long, it's going to have an impact.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully it can be minimized, because T1 need him on his A game.
And D+ Kia are going to need this gentleman on his A game as well. Acorn was mentioning that the damage dealers are going to need to be the ones that step up in this series, and I kind of feel like I agree with him. And Deft, one that they can rely on.
I think Deft has been a bit of the silent carry for D+ this season. I feel like the spotlight hasn't really been on him as much as Canyon, but he has been so reliable in those team fights when they've needed him.
And a similar story on the side of T1 as Gumayusi making his way down. Probably the player that looked the least hindered by the Faker substitution a little bit earlier on, but was still not really able to be utilized. Damage numbers not looking fantastic, even though his laning phase was all right. So we'll see whether Gumayusi can stand up to Deft this time. Wasn't able to in the World Final, but I have a feeling this is going to be a different arena.
Yeah, I think both have been on pretty good form, and obviously Gumayusi did struggle a bit because the team was in a rough spot, but I expect him to be performing today.
And Khan yelling out Kellen's name, as it's not going to be Bible in this playoffs match. They have brought back the big guns, you could say. Of course, Kellen with a little bit more experience, not only with D+ Kia on the main roster, but also internationally, things like this high-pressure best-of-5s, something that Kellen has a little bit more familiarity with.
And I think it's so important because even though Carrier has had some struggles, I think the 2v2 laning from Guma and Carrier has been solid, and you're going to have to match up to that.
And Carrier, a fair bit on his shoulders as well. We've seen that supports can have a lot of impact on how these games are going to go, for better or worse, if you were watching yesterday's series. But with the fact that Rel has come back, Alistair's come back, some of these engaged supports that can really make or break some of these team fights, Carrier is going to have to be on his A game, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he has prepared for us.
And after such a phenomenal spring, really hoping we see that level of play again, living up to the expectations.
Yeah.
Carrier.
Absolutely. You can see D+ Kia taking a bow. T1 will take a bow and take their seats as well. And this is do or die. We have to remind everyone, round one, if you do not win this series, you are done.
Yep.
You are out. You will be in the World's Gauntlet, most likely, but you won't be very high up in it, unless you're T1, who does have a fair few points put aside. But this is going to be our key player matchup, and I think for good reason, Deft versus Gumayusi. And you can see Deft has been, as far as like how much damage he's been able to do, how much the team has relied on him as the guy that kills people, you can see that illustrated here.
Yeah, and I believe he actually broke the DPM record of all time for this split. I actually was seeing those stats.
Like across all games.
Yeah, average total DPM.
Oh my god.
So he's been doing a lot of work. I do think part of it's down in the meta. There's a lot of picks like Kai'Sa, which do a ton of damage, Varus as well, but some really phenomenal play coming out from Deft. And again, it feels like the spotlight hasn't been on him. You know, Canna's had some good performances we've focused on.
Yeah.
Canyon as well has been that big talking point, but Deft has just been so reliable for the team.
Certainly has, and Gumayusi not bad stats either, especially after having a few disappointing series towards the end of the season. But it's a really cool change-up that has happened since, you know, Poby was subbed in, the team wasn't performing as well, and now T1 are coming into playoffs for what feels like the first time as underdogs as this particular roster.
Yeah, which is a very different perspective to have. You know, I know everyone likes to talk about the fact that they lost so many finals in a row, but they made it there, which was a huge achievement in and of itself.
Absolutely.
And the expectation going into most of those finals was that they were the favorites. They were expected to win it, so it'll be interesting to see how things differ with them coming in from another direction. And obviously the fact that they have so many championship points from Spring does mean they have more of a safety net going into Gauntlet, but you really don't want to leave it out of your hands. You really want to ensure that you're able to be in charge of your destiny, because if you do end up going down the Gauntlet, you want to be on the top side where you have 2 chances to go, or on the bottom side where you need to win 2 series to go.
No, absolutely. I think everything really gets interesting as we move towards round 2, and then lower bracket becomes a conversation and things like this. This right here is dangerous in round 1, because we have to say goodbye to one of either D+ or T1. Last playoffs, it was D+ that we said goodbye to. Humble Life Esports dispatched of them in the first round, even though I think the majority of us predicted that D+ were going to get through. It's these high-pressure situations they haven't really proven themselves in as this roster, and we'll see whether that has changed now. Poppy going to be the first ban as we jump into the draft for game number 1. Yeah, Yordles just not allowed at the moment.
A lot of strong Yordles right now in the meta. D+ got heavy on the jungle bans here. Could even end up banning something like the Sejuani in this situation, but really trying to thin out the pool. And obviously, Canyon has shown he has a ton of things he's able to play, so he's just really heavily targeting Owner here. 3 jungle bans from the outset on this blue side, and T1 pondering with their 3rd ban what they want to take away here. Kai'Sa is still available. I said yesterday that champ just should not be allowed to be played. It is too strong right now.
It absolutely is, but with these 3 bans, D+, I mean, you have to pick Maokai. Otherwise, what is the point of banning away all of these champions unless they have something that can really deal with the Maokai? It's going to be the Kai'Sa considered here for Deft. Very strong, like you say, and being able to get it, absolutely fantastic. The Nico ban, fantastic into D+ as well, but there's Sejuani. And that is going to be the priority here for D+.
Yes, T1 can go for like Jace Kai'Sa here if they really want, and then take the Maokai on 3. But we have seen them actually put a higher priority towards the Xayah, which I find weird, because I think, you know, historically that matchup has been fine, but with the poke Kai'Sa build, Xayah just kind of struggles in this situation. I'm not sure I'm too much of a fan, but Gumayusi is definitely a player who's always gone with picks he prefers, gone with habits.
Yep.
So we see that locked in, we see the Kai'Sa taken, and the Rakan as a denial. Still a good lane with Kai'Sa, don't get it wrong, but definitely wanting to deny the Xayah Rakan from the bot lane of T1. And the Maokai, no surprise, comes in. We've seen that pairing so frequently prioritized when it's available.
It's so obvious that the Maokai was coming in, not only because of Maokai Jace, but Owner has really been prioritizing this. They've been first picking it. We saw it be very, very strong in our previous series as well. Possibly something that D+ have overlooked unless they have a bit of a plan of how they're going to deal with it. I imagine top lane and mid lane bans to come through now from T1. But topside does need a little bit of a look as Sejuani pairings are still available.
That's interesting they banned the Yone. I was really thinking they'd probably lean towards top lane bans, but maybe they're thinking there's just too much available because like Jax and Renekton are the two big pairings of Sejuani I wouldn't want to deal with. But we've often seen this from T1, that they don't really prioritize Zeus too much in the draft phase. They're happy for him to take rougher matchups. We've seen, you know, like at World Finals last year, letting Kingen have the Aatrox. We saw MSI. When they let Bin have the Gwen, they often let their opponents have a lot of power. And maybe, though, the intention is they take the Renekton themselves on 4. So do D+, ban it themselves in this situation.
Just have to see. And what is the final ban here for D+? Likely another support ban. Could be the Alistar taken away from Keria to deny a little bit more. But Nautilus is up and available as well, and something that he has defaulted to. Instead, they're heading towards the top lane, not allowing Zeus to have his debut champion, and he'll just lock away the Aatrox, feeling pretty good about it, I imagine.
I feel like this is so risky, though. I was thinking they would take the Renekton on 4, but now, I mean, D+ could take the Renekton themselves, but looks like they might go in even more aggressive. Toying with the idea of a Fiora could be devastating in the side lane if they end up picking this up. And obviously something we've seen historically picked into Aatrox quite a bit, not so much recently.
Used to be an old favorite, of course, as Azir going to be locked away first.
I think Renekton would definitely be the safe pickup for D+ right now. But the Fiora would be pretty cool.
Certainly would be a fun one. I think with the Azir, you want something that you can benefit from in teamfights a little bit more, perhaps. Of course, Azir works into Aatrox quite nicely. You can get rid of him if he's running amok, just killing everyone with massive amounts of AoE damage. And there is the Renekton that we've seen a little bit more consistent into the Aatrox, as that is Janna being hovered, a champion that we have spoken about many times and has never been locked in, and is not going to start now.
Yeah, trying to decide what to take in this situation. You know, Nautilus is available and could be an option. Looking at the Alistar, and they're just going to pick that one up. Very good at playing Bouncer against the likes of the Renekton itself, can obviously trim it away. And I feel like the composition of T1, very hard to push into. You know, it's very hard to move forwards when you have the Bounce House of the Alistar, you have the CC of the Maokai, the Aatrox and the Xayah going close to them is dangerous. So I think T1 should be pretty happy with their draft composition. For D+, I feel like the top and jungle are going to struggle if they don't get ahead quite a bit. Obviously, the Azir is quite a stable pick we've seen in this meta, but really, I feel like this is a game that Death's going to have to carry.
Yep.
I think D+ are wanting to hit the ground running, because I think when it comes to team fights, if T1 get ahead, if they get set up on an objective, set up in the river, you're going to really struggle to push in and contest.
I also feel like this is going to be a big test for the welcome back of Kellen as well, because I think that they'll be relying a lot on this Rakan getting the engages happening, and he has found great flanks in the past. His teamfight positioning, especially on the outset of a teamfight, is often fantastic. It's what we've credited him with a lot, even when he was playing with Docdom last year, things like this. It has been a skill set of his. We'll see whether Kellen is going to be able to channel some of that moving into this game. But I feel like both of these teams pretty much got exactly what they wanted. I think that there's a clear game plan for both of these squads, and I think they've managed to get it here, and we'll see in game number 2 who's going to have to pivot to deny what they wanted. Who's got the best read on what the most high-value picks are going to be.
Yeah, and it's an interesting approach from D+, banning all those junglers, prioritizing the Sejuani, leaning heavily on that top jungle duo, so expect to see attention there in this game 1.
Exactly. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 1, our second playoff series. And that was Khan and Wolf introducing the two teams, leading the fan chants. You can hear both sets of fans feeling like there is a little bit of tension, a little bit of desperation already in this series. It was so difficult coming to a conclusion as far as the predictions are concerned. I think we're going to learn so much here in game number 1 as to who's going to take this.
I feel like it's weird to say, but I don't think there's a bad prediction for this series.
No, I think you can just like
justify anything.
Get your dog to do it. Get your cat to do it. You know, we used to do that.
Did you ask your cats?
Yeah, Dongchol is like the most biased T1 fan ever. Like ever. It's kind of insufferable if you talk to him about it. Thankfully, Bibian is more of a Deft fan, so he doesn't even care which team Deft's on. Like, used to be an EDG fan back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of rivalry there.
Yeah, a lot. As Galen going to grand exit from this one. Deft be in trouble, though. He is in the Dragon Pit, and he's going to have to flash at level 1. Gumayusi and Kerry are just trying to keep him here. He's going to take too much damage here before having to flash, and is eventually going to do it. But taking all that damage just for free instead of just using the flash that you knew you were going to have to use was a silly choice, I thought.
Yeah, I think he was trying to mind game it, like, hey, I don't actually need to flash, and then T1 were like, no, you definitely need to flash, and he just ended up getting hit by the Alistair. And again, because it was so late, it means that Deft is just already burnt his potion in lane, already down in health, so a bit of a disadvantage, and we kind of emphasized how Gumayusi and Carrier have really looked for these 2v2s, looked to find power there. Obviously, with the Alistair, going to be waiting a little bit, but level 3 is the big spike when you can combo, follow up with the root from the Blade Caller into the stun, and with no flash for Death, no cleanse either, you could easily be taken out by that combo, so got to be very cautious.
No, absolutely. You can see now, level 2 going to be gained by Gumayusi. Carrier was away from some of the minions here early on, as level 2 is going to be collected here by D+. I think relying a little bit on landing these Gleaming Quills. It was you that actually spoke to me earlier about the fact that Rakan's sustain really has improved. And being able to land those Qs consistently can keep your AD carry safe.
It's like playing Soraka, honestly, where you land on the Q and get sustained. That was one of the things they buffed, you know, when it was the Ashe support meta and all the melee supports just get bullied out. They added that, and it just makes them so obnoxious. If he hits one Q, all that hard work, all that training you've done has just completely been negated. You can see Deft already quite healthy. Obviously, part of it is the sustain you get from the coal, but also if Kellen keeps landing these Qs, that chunk he took level 1 will just mean nothing.
Yep. And very large minion wave moving towards the turret. So Faker taking a lot of damage here in mid lane as well, as Showmaker takes 2 turret shots. I'm not sure about that one. That seems like it's in the cons column.
Yeah, not the best move, but is having a pretty solid advantage in lane. I do think what's important is we actually saw kind of push in and put a ward on the Krugs and spot owner out, which is really important when we saw that big wave coming in, because I think D+ wanted information. Where is the enemy jungle? Could he be diving right now? We have seen these early Maokai dives as early as level 2, level 3, where there's not much you can do with his ability to reset aggro, so could they spotted that out? And now we see Canyon moving up towards the top, and this wave is in a terrible spot for Zeus, for the enemy jungle to be there.
Oh dear, Zeus going to go a little bit aggressive as Q3 up and available. Not going to be opted into here. As Zeus puts a ward over, but as soon as he moves up, Canyon may find an opportunity instead. Thinking about just keep... Okay, never mind. Zeus, let's see whether he does have to flash, and he does. Does it very early as well. Doesn't want to take unnecessary damage if he still knows that he's going to have to use the summoner spell.
The ward was really good. You know, doesn't go for the ward in the tri-burst, goes for the safety ward, expecting the enemy jungle to be there. And now Owner is here to back up. I think with the wave as well, there's no way that D+ go for this 2v2. The minions would make too much of a difference. So Owner just wants to help Zeus crush the wave in.
Ooh, Slice now on cooldown. If he had a diced forward, he could have just been dead there. But you can see Canna also playing respectfully. Showmaker will take a bit of damage here from Faker in the mid lane. You can see the CS extremely even between the two, as Canna going to avoid the big damage of Q3, but will still take a little bit.
You know, and it's just waiting for Canna to make a mistake to go aggressive. You know, with the Renekton, you need to get up close and...
Well, flash is available, but Canna, he's going to flash Slice, try and get himself out, as now a fight towards the bottom side carrier. Fair bit of damage has been taken already, as Canyon moving on in. Can they actually make a dive work, though? As notoriously difficult to take down a pulverize-wielding cow, as this turret is, scared Yuumi, understandable. They're from Canna, but he isn't going to die, even though he did have to use the flash. Gumayusi comes on over and steals away the Grump. Very nicely done.
Yeah, really well done. And Owner as well, the gank top lane wasn't necessarily necessary, right? The main focus was trying to crash the wave, but neutralizing Canna, the advantage he had over Zeus, taking his flash as well, because I feel like a big thing is if there's flash advantage for the Renekton, he's just going to flash W with the Sejuani backup, so a little bit of a safety net for Zeus. And D+, again, toying with the idea of that dive, but as you said, it's so hard against an Alistair, especially when you have a Rakan who's so squishy. You really want to have a support who can tank a few more tower hits, something like a Leona. So they opt not to go for it. And I feel like Canyon's been playing this game very patiently with how he's approached things in the early game.
Yeah. We saw yesterday the Renekton be very, very powerful, and it is a similar story. Of course, Canna is very comfortable on this champion. Having a look at his win rate, he's still not exactly on the greatest of win ratios on the pick after 10 games played. Not quite like Kingan's 100%, more like a 40%, but has had some pretty pivotal games on this champion, regardless of what the outcomes of the pick have been in previous series.
Level 6 available for Showmaker. They could look for a shuffle attempt here, but you see Carrier heading mid off reset, which might make it trickier. Canna getting a plate there with a Demolish.
Yeah, Zeus being like, why did you just come over and do that?
And I think ultimately with the outcome of this top lane, if Zeus isn't losing by much, he's doing pretty good. You know, considering he's against the Renekton, who can really get up in your face in the 1v1, but also the duo with the Sejuani. D+'s game plan should have been to really snowball the top lane. And for how it's gone so far, I think T1 can be pretty happy with the outcome.
Yeah, we know that Zeus will be able to get a lot of work done as this game continues. So a slight gold advantage, I guess, for D+, but I'm looking at Zeus, and if he can just continue to do whatever the heck he wants in this lane and in future team fights, could be very, very difficult. We know that he has been such a big carry for T1 on this new and improved Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, the damage it has is just absurd. And also, just if you're playing like a Renekton, if you're playing a Sejuani or Rakan, and you're trying to dive into T1 to get onto this Jace, and the Aatrox is just there, landing Qs, it's going to feel so horrific.
Shock Blast going to be avoided here by Showmaker. So far, the early game here in mid has just been a ping-ponging of waves. Both Showmaker and Faker not wanting to put on too much pressure. A few Shock Blasts and Conquering Stands and things like that being traded as Rift Herald. It's fully on T1 vision as Faker will have his Shock Blast blocked by a minion, unfortunately, as Deft just barely spotted out here. As Willie land the Voidseeker. There's the flash forward as Kellen's going to get the flash out of Faker. Voidseeker comes in and Deft still wanting to try and get it, and there's first blood! They take down Faker and get his flash.
Beautiful roam up, perfect timing. They just got the Herald. No mid laner to defend. Ona, I guess he could come over and ult, but that damage is already done. The Herald's going to come down, and that's going to be 3 plates mid secured. Man. Suddenly what seemed like a pretty even laning phase, you know, a bit of an edge for Showmaker. One bad trade from Faker, one roam up from the bot lane, and it's all falling apart.
And this goes back to what Acorn was saying, where he said this game is going to hinge on the performance of Showmaker and Deft. Well, what they did was they gave Deft first blood and gave Showmaker 3 plates. I'd say that they've already made a pretty good start to what that game plan is. Really nicely done, and so often we've seen teams focus Faker. Like his global taunt is just, it's a real thing. This time around though, this was a punish. And this wasn't one that T1 could then macro their way out of.
Yeah, we see, you know, Faker in this situation, trying to get some defensive vision, does overstep. Could have put that ward in the brush without going so far forward, but here, Deft, knowing the damage potential, has the Hail of Blades as well, so able to get the passive proc very quickly, and now T1 to start on this dragon, but looks like a contest is coming through, but Showmaker just got chunked.
Yeah, Faker also taking a bit of damage, but Showmaker a bit lower. Does have Flash, does have Emperor's Divide. As the Nature's Grasp is going to come out, Deft is going to be able to walk past Canyon, but the Glacial Prison landing isn't going to matter if the Drake is just dead, and the D+ going to have to walk their way out. Pulverize comes in, there's the Flash Headbutt as Canyon tries to get himself out of there. The Smash Bash back though onto the Sejuani. Permafrost does come in and Canyon is surviving for the moment, but he is going to fall in the end. Kind of cute that he gets a bit of a walk around, and that is going to be the first kill for T1, evening the scoreline.
Yeah, good opportunity found by Carrier, but also, gotta say, T1 with such confidence in that play. As it started off, they were the ones who initiate the dragon, and they had Zeus teleport top lane. They had the TP advantage. They could have had him teleport to the fight, but they're like, no, we don't need you. We're fine 4v4. They get the dragon and get a pick on the back end, so pretty fantastic turnaround for them.
Yeah, really nicely done. Showmaker as well has gone for the lower damage build with the crown coming in. Pretty good against one form of poke with these shock blasts that are going to be coming through. Showmaker can play DDR against as many of them as he can, and if he gets hit, he's not going to worry too much, but still got chunked as he tried to face check his way in, and as you can see at the start of this replay, Showmaker is below half.
Yeah, and it's just so hard to approach against this composition from T1. They were there first, they were on the objective, and then Canyon's just hanging around. I'm not really sure for what. You know, the play's already over, the dragon's already gone. You're not really finding a fight here, and he just lets this play essentially happen. It's a great read from T1, but Canyon definitely overstaying to allow it happening. And of course, they make sure that Miyushi is the one who gets the kill there.
Yeah, and doubling down onto a bad play or onto a lost situation is never really a good thing, as Carrier here to try and protect this turret will be to defend from the
keeps the cannon
alive for Faker.
For Faker specifically, right, which I think is important. He's like, welcome back, here's your cannon.
Yeah,
you know,
silver platter.
Gumiyushi's by himself. He's like, where's my support gone?
Yeah, where's my cannon, Carrier?
Faker's like, your support?
Yeah, no. Faker now looking for a back timing. We'll see whether he can complete his first item. Duskblade probably what he's going to head towards. Showmaker does already have his mythic complete. So Canna and Zeus fighting as Ona clearing out vision where he can. Kellen moving on up as well. And Canyon is in the area. And we'll see whether he is going to try and stay a little bit juicy as Carrier's going to move in. Canyon gets on over and Carrier's going to decide against it. 3v3 in the top lane. A lot more attention than a lot of our top laners have been used to. As Deft and Gumiyushi just fighting this one out. Supercharger from Deft as Gumiyushi will get a fair bit of damage down. Not afraid of this Kai'Sa right now as Ona going to get that Bramble Smash onto Canyon.
Gumiyushi has to be careful. I mean, the only reason I feel like Deft didn't go for that was the lack of mana. But with ult, it's so hard to play the 1v1 as the Xayah because Deft can use the ult to reposition, and then if you flash for the feathers, he can flash too. And if you don't hit the feathers in the 1v1, you aren't winning from that point.
Yeah. Ooh, the chains are going to be broken here. Oh, they're going to miss. And there's the flash out. Zeus is going to stay alive. Kellen's running for it, but he finds a three-man quickness and grand entrance that there is no follow-up for. So unfortunately, it doesn't get enough done. Still, no one's going to die on the top side, and there are a few summoner spells now on cooldown.
You know, that play from Kellen, oh, might see a bit more here.
Yeah, Faker this is not your turret, Faker, as Showmaker is going to get the Emperor's Divide, the flash. It doesn't work out, and now Faker is going to have to take the other side, and he will be all right, at least for the moment. Still, Canyon's moving over, Shock Blast coming in, and can Faker find himself an execute or some sort of avenue of escape? And the answer is no, because Showmaker will just hit him with a couple of auto attacks. That is going to be the solo kill for the Azir.
Just outplayed. Flash burn as well from Faker, not able to get out of the range of the Emperor's Divide. Really nicely played by Showmaker, and being real, of course, he did get that gank earlier that helped out, but in the 1v1, he's looked better.
Yeah. This does feel like a bit of a resurgence for Showmaker. I think that a lot of people had Showmaker's play under a bit of a microscope for this game after what we saw from him last time around as he skates on over. And Faker was just a little bit too aggressively positioned.
And very greedy, going for the plate before he ran away. If he just instantly left, Showmaker had already used his dash to get in range. I think he could have just ran it off, but committed to go for the plate. And sure, you get that extra gold, but you give over 300 in return.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work out. So D+ do get themselves a kill lead, but the gold not even towards 1,000 just yet. Rift Herald going to be considered here by both teams. You can see a lot of T1 members moving up towards that topside river. And Canyon is on the bottom side. It might just be a trade as the Chemtech Drake is going to spawn. Thank you very much, Orcs, paying attention today, as we would expect.
You'd hope if I'm here casting.
Yeah, here casting, and it's the playoffs. No distractions. Therefore, we get the Chemtech out of the way early.
Yeah, but interestingly, D+ not really prioritizing it, opting to go for the bot tower instead. I feel like, especially when you see a Chemtech Dragon, you know it's going to be a good soul, or at least not the worst in the game. So you'd think that they'd want to prioritize that, but I guess maybe the lack of mid-prio hitting them. Deft trying to use the Shiv just to clear out the wave. And T1, they've got the Herald, and now they're just shifting over bot, and I feel like D+ just gave too much space.
They are going to get first turret blood, and that is a bit of extra money. But ignoring these dragons completely is an interesting choice to make. Canna doesn't have teleport. Zeus even has his, and he's closer to this fight. As now, D+ moving in. Another Glacial Prison going to come through, but this Drake is going to belong to T1. And they'll just walk their way out. Trade some ultimates from some junglers, and it's going to be an Ocean Soul today.
Yeah, could have been worse for the side of D+. If it had been something like Hextech, definitely would have felt like a disaster. But Ocean, still, I feel like there's two factors to it. One is that the poke from the Kai'Sa are going to feel a lot less significant, but also the Ocean map is fantastic for Maokai.
Yeah,
so many more brushes for you to throw saplings in, so definitely not feeling the best about that one. But yeah, I think the lack of TP for Canna was a big factor in them not going for that. But it just felt like, you know, they focused on the bot tower, they wanted to defend their top tower, but in return they gave over the Dragon and the Herald, and now T1 could really easily just look for an angle to throw down the Herald mid, break open that mid tier 1, and be in such a good position.
No, exactly, and they didn't even need to use the Herald to get Drake priority, because D+ kind of just weren't interested in taking that one down. They're going to need to in 4 minutes' time. Pay some attention. Soul Point is going to be important, and like you say, there's poke on both sides, and so being able to mitigate that for either team is going to be absolutely fantastic. Showmaker just claiming even more gold, though, as his crown does get broken, but still, if he's able to take the local gold from 2 turrets in these side lanes, this Azir will be very, very powerful, moving towards his Nash's Tooth now. And even with a crown build, if you become, like, you know, an item or 2 ahead, you're going to be still very, very powerful.
Yeah, I think the main thing is compared to, like, Liandry's, you aren't going to cut through the front line as easily. But in terms of hitting squishy targets, you're still going to shred them. And to be honest, Azir doesn't really struggle that much with sustained damage, so still will be a big threat and has a pretty sizable lead over Faker at this point. And, you know, Jace is another one of the champion where being ahead of the curve makes such a big difference, and really not going to be the situation this game.
Well, there's a headbutt onto Kellen. He's going to have his grand entrance interrupted, but just uses it again. Once it comes back off cooldown, he will be all right. As Deft clearing out vision himself.
Just quick reaction from Kellen just to pop the ult immediately, but realistically, T1 are happy just burning the quick.
Oh, that's a flash pulverize. They get the headbutt onto Deft here as well. Lit on fire, trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to work out as Gumayusi does come in. We've got a trade though as Faker just smashed into the wall and will be taken down. Still, T1 can transition into this mid-outer turret, and they have Shirley to help him out.
Yeah, ideal scenario for T1. Obviously, D+ going to pick on the top side, but the Herald means the T1 pick is so much more significant.
And Canna and Kellen not going to be able to do anything. An inner turret at this stage of the game, that should be able to mitigate any sort of gold lead that D+ had earlier on. Showmaker is going to be able to continue pushing. Zeus trying to get some work done as well, as this inner turret is going to eat up this entire wave. So it's not all bad news, and they still hold on to a gold lead, but it's moved back to that 1,000 gold, which honestly doesn't mean all that much at this stage.
Tower picked up as well, and despite the fact that we saw a rough early start for Zeus, he's pulled ahead in CS, Gumayusi's pulled ahead in Def, just uncharacteristic mistake, out of position here.
Oh, this carry just turning on a dime as well.
Yeah, just a great read. As soon as he sees him, goes for it immediately, doesn't give him the chance. And bear in mind, no cleanse on Deft. Opting against it this game, against the Maokai, definitely risky. And here, Faker just clipped with the edge of the ult. Great play from Canyon. But in the result, in the follow-up, T1 definitely winning out. They're still down in gold, but look how much gold they have on Gumayusi, who's got 2 kills and nearly 220 CS before 20 minutes as well. Zeus, who was behind the lane, really fed. The only person who's really struggling right now is Faker in the mid lane, but I'm sure he's not too phased about that.
Nope. This was his Jace performance last time around as well. They won that game. So not too worried. Still, if he gets picked off a few too many times, and if Showmaker is the one that's able to dictate the pace of these team fights later in the game, then, you know, that means that these kills onto Faker have been valuable for D+. Haven't necessarily seen him in a few of these other fights actually figure too much out, as there's a Hex Splash headbutt pull from Carrier. As the Nature's Grasp comes down, Canna is going to be able to press that Dominus button as Deft is doing his best to find some damage. And Owner is burning down, ticking, and there's Showmaker picking up another one. That was a beautiful defensive play from D+ Kia.
Yeah, really well played there. Great flash from Deft, but a lot of summoners burned from the side of D+, so they want to start the fight immediately. They don't want to give T1 a chance to group up again, and with the jungler down, T1 have to fight this. They can't try and go for a steal.
Feels like a bit of a shooting gallery here, as we'll have to see whether Faker can land a few more of these shock blasts. Moving towards this one, Canna doesn't have dominance, but he's still pretty scary. There's a headbutt as Zeus has popped the world ender. Carrier getting taken down low, as now the full health Aatrox is trying to get this one done. Deft is already dead, and Showmaker, he can't do anything. The Baron still up and alive, and D+ just overstep.
D+ just panicked. There's no other way to explain it. The call wasn't clear. They stayed on the Baron for too long. They must have expected that Zeus was going for the flank, but also Canyon leaves the pit, leaves Deft alone in there at low HP. An absolute death sentence, and T1, they're not even phased by the Baron. They'll just take the free dragon in return and put themselves in Soul Point.
Great, less dangerous option here at this stage of the game. And in a game number 1 of a series like this, it is so do or die. It is very important. As T1, they went for the engage, good flash from Deft, and it looked good for D+, but then they try to take more than they can afford.
Yeah, they overcommit in the choke, and you can see that Gumayusi's really cautious about pushing up there with people over the wall. But here, look at Deft in this situation. Gets left in the pit by Canyon, and what can he do? You know, gets jumped on by Faker when he's already low HP, and I guess they're just running it back.
I guess so. I mean, Deft had his ultimate available and just didn't have a target that he could get to, I guess. In that last fight is now T1. They're going to throw down the Nature's Grasp. Showmaker and Deft do manage to get out of the way of it, but Canyon not going to be so lucky. Pull back still does have the Aftershock, and so therefore is going to be able to survive for the moment, but another World Ender comes down and Canyon is dead. Zeus is just a freight train in these fights. Still, Canna is able to sidestep a few of these abilities, but that is no jungler now for D+, and the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, T1 potentially going to look...
Oh, there's another flash from Carrier. Doesn't quite get the headbutt in the place that he wants there onto Showmaker. His Emperor's Divide does go down, but he is still dead. Canna trying to get into that backline as Faker is going to try and kite out the Crocodile, and he will. It's a double kill for Gumayusi. Deft is going to get stepped on by Zeus, and T1, they'll even take a blue buff as they head back towards this Baron.
Phenomenal setup on the Baron. Clear out the vision, and they have Carrier looking for the pick. Showmaker had ult, and he didn't even get a chance to use it for like the first 10 seconds of the fight. I'm not sure what D+ are going for here. I can't really justify this. They're just feeling desperate. You know, it's game 1 of a best of 5, and yet they feel like they're desperately trying to force this Baron for no clear reason. Canyon just ends up getting demolished by Zeus, and the follow-up fight, they move back, but notice they ensured that the vision was already cleared out before this, and Carrier finds this beautiful angle. Showmaker doesn't get to ult for such a long time because of the CC, and he's just dead immediately as it happens.
Yeah, and Owner able to avoid it completely by using his W. And really nicely played. Like, look at Gumayusi, he's just completely untouched.
Yeah, and picked up the bounty on Showmaker as well there. 5-0, 245 CS.
Whoa.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, I can see a cliff there.
Yeah.
As Canyon looking for Zeus, definitely will be a target that they do want to take down. He moves pretty quickly as the Infernal Chains come in, and yeah, I was a bit worried actually for D+. Glad that Zeus let them live.
And you know, the Renekton's behind, and he is the primary source of AD for this composition. D+'s comp is so AP heavy with a damage profile now. Hexstring can come out for Zeus. If T1 stacks some MR, there's just no chance that D+ take it down. But they overcommit mid for the Aatrox and are losing their top inhibitor tower as a result.
Yeah.
T1 just playing this one masterfully.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. They're now 5,000 gold in the lead. Over 3K is the Baron power play. And it's setting themselves up for this Dragon in 2 minutes' time as well, quite beautifully. 1.5 minutes left on the Baron. They can continue to find more advantages, maybe even get themselves a top inhibitor, the best one, if you're going to be setting up around a Drake. Right now, D+ feels a little bit like some of their other games where later in the game, the calls just aren't as clear. The plan isn't quite there for how to pick up the victories.
Yeah, and it definitely felt like they were concerned about piloting this comp as it goes later, or they were concerned about T1 potentially getting set up, getting momentum. So they're like, okay, let's just force Baron. But the plan and how to execute wasn't really there, and it has really backfired in this game. And now, especially against a Maokai, especially on an Ocean Rift, how are you supposed to approach this Dragon when every brush you're just going to get chunked out by and spotted, or there could just be an Alistar waiting?
Yeah. And Carrier has basically been waiting every single time.
Yeah.
And not really waiting, more like flashing. He's just been flashing. This Alistar has been absolutely incredible so far this series. Definitely my front runner for a POG. This one, as Kana trying to catch this wave, Kellen doing his very best to try and get some counter vision. As Zeus gets more of Malmortius, 3 items done, a full item ahead of Kana.
I just don't know how they kill him, honestly, at this point. If he gets Ocean Soul, then Zeus moves into Immortality.
Yes.
And they just really won't be able to cut through him. He'll sustain so much. The more shield means your 2 carries are going to have an even harder time. I think D+, I don't think they win it, but I think you just have to try and fight here. I think if you let them get the soul, it's even more doomed than it already feels.
Yep. And you got not a lot to lose. If you lose the Drake, then, I mean, you're probably just going to get sieged and destroyed. And so I think fighting for it is going to be the option. There aren't very many good ones as Showmaker takes a big shock blast there from Faker. He just finished his Cyrilda's.
This is a big spike for the Jace, and, you know, Faker's had a rough game, picked out a lot, not doing the best in the laning phase, but now the damage is really coming through, and if they can't approach, you're just going to get poked out, but the Dragon's already gone.
Yeah, it's just done. And now you've got Showmaker having to move back towards his bottom side because these minions were knocking on the front door. D+, I think that they've ran out of momentum, ran out of steam. Too many mistakes in a few of these team fights. No real option now. 3 level advantage for Gumayusi. Like, he is absurdly far ahead.
That much of a level advantage between 80 carries, that's when you just know it's doomed. That's when you know it's just so hard. This Xayah is so strong, and they're looking for a potential flank angle, but it's a Sejuani with a Renekton, but against a Xayah. How are you supposed to do anything? You see Carrier's already playing bodyguard.
And they're on full vision as Grand Entrance does fly forward. Gumayusi's Featherstorm has already been used as Canyon's moving in. Showmaker trying to find an angle. He is so much of the damage. Kind of a shooting gallery here for D+, but Kana gets over the wall and Zeus just executes him. This Aatrox, man, you got to keep your eye on him in these team fights. Void Seeker is not going to find him there, and now with a man advantage, T1 are going to press forward. Inhibitor number 1 is going to go down. Faker presses W, that's going to help him grab that one as Carrier doesn't find the headbutt. Can't quite get to the pulverizers. There's a twisted advance. Ona goes so far in and will just get destroyed. Good flash there from Deft to make sure they get that one, but still, 2 inhibitors for Ona. You probably take that if you are T1. 55 seconds on the Baron, so Ona will have 20 seconds to hoof it over towards the pit.
Definitely a mistake by Ona there. I feel like they could have just played it patient, you know, had the poke. This engage attempt from D+, I don't argue with the theory behind it. You have to look for something, but you're just not going to make it work. Gumayusi pops the ultimate. Zeus just annihilates Kana. Look at all the healing that's just constantly coming through. No one ends up low. And then here, you already get the inhib. You could just play for poke. This just felt like a bit of an overforce from Ona. So at least the one thing is that they burn the summoners from death. So if that was the game plan here, then I think it kind of makes sense. But it does allow D+ to push in on Baron. You can see already Kellen was just there getting some vision, so T1, you got summoners from the Kai'Sa. If you sweep out the vision here, it's going to be even harder for D+ to contest the Baron, and once you have Baron, that's game over.
Absolutely. Exodia on the table here for D+. They haven't really been able to get too much else. They got a Rift Herald earlier on in the game, and that is it as far as neutral objectives are concerned.
It's just gone.
I think it is. And there it goes. So Ona going to be able to lock that one down. Now D+ are looking for a team fight, but Carrier, he's found Kellen, their key form of engage, and he just gets destroyed. The defensive ultimate from Canyon is decent, but D+ is still going to have to get out, and Zeus is so fast as he moves towards them. Permafrost does come in. Death trying to find some autos, but look at that Q3, and Zeus will not be silenced. The Dustblade makes him untargetable, and Canyon is doing everything that he can to escape, but he's not going to be able to stop this Nexus from exploding as T1 look dominant in the later game and will take down D+, the first game of this best-of-5 series.
Felt like a pretty silent game from Canyon on this one. Not the best performance from him, not able to get it going, but T1 looked back in form. Carrier in particular had a stormer of a game on this Alistair, making constant plays happen.
Yeah.
This is such a great one to lead into a series. You talked about at the start of the day how some people are thinking once one team gets momentum, this will be a very one-sided series. Well, T1 definitely looked like they had it off the back of that game. Just very clinical, very clean, completely took control. The only one who really suffered was Faker, and we know he's not too bothered about taking some deaths.
Nope. I think that his ego is almost unbreachable at this point in time. You can do whatever you want. He'll say, how many trophies do you have? And they will be less than him.
Always.
And like everyone. Forever, probably. So I think that it's absolutely fine. I think that a 0-2 power spike is something that D+ should completely understand when it comes to Jace. They had Noguri for all those years, and they knew all about it. And he still did the most damage in the game outside of the Kai'Sa, who we know is broken. So, I mean, it's just Jace things, but he was still absolutely relevant.
And ultimately, they couldn't find the momentum for death. They couldn't get him ahead far enough. Top jungle, we had this high priority on the Sejuani with Renekton.
And 3 jungle bans, and T1 probably wanted to play Maokai the whole time.
Yeah, that, I think, as much as there was definitely gameplay issues, I think the draft is the first thing I'd look at. To ban 3 jungles and first pick Sejuani and you give over Maokai Jace, not a great plan.
Yeah, don't think so. But it is now time to go to a short break. We will have the space to break down that game number 1, and we'll see whether D+ can bring us to a best of 3, or whether T1 are looking for match point. See you there.
네, 뒤태도 아질 안 떴고. 라카부터. 괜찮아. 라카 잡았어. 계속 갈만해. 뒤태 찍었어. 둘다 뒤태. 오케이. 괜찮아. 한 명만 뒤태. 아지로 맞아. 노플 초식 있고. 아지로 볼게. 아지로 맞아야 되거든. 아지로 도고. 카이사 노플. 그죠? 나이스.
가보자.
잡으면 나오시도 본다.
나는 킬 먹고 싶어.
아, 이거 아닌데? 타워. 앞에 죽는다. 나이스.
여러분의 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
대전 마이시티.
One more time, Kenya. This is all. 30조 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파.
Hey, welcome to the space for the first breakdown of the second series of playoffs. D+ Kia loses the first one in favor of T1. And guys, did it play to the expectations you had coming into today? So far.
Well, I mean, yeah, my prediction was a 3-1 to 3-2 rather to T1, and it was like this was kind of the reason why like DK was definitely falling down like towards the end of the regular season, and there were I wasn't able to see from them like from the team like how they play the game like as just as a one man basically.
Yeah, they were one man at some point in this game, but not in a good way. They didn't really know where the one man went. And I do think that we also saw a lot of the weaknesses for T1 that have been kind of plaguing them. But their mid game is so much more cohesive now.
I mean, that's the thing. T1 has been struggling for the majority of the split. They've found themselves again together lately. And D+, it feels like they've never found the consistency we were expecting from them. So with this in mind, let's take a look at the draft here and compare both approaches. And guys, tell me if you think that going into this game, this is what you expected from both teams, draft-wise. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, if you see the draft-wise, like I think for sure the D+ Kia brought it the Sejuani with the Renekton top side, even Azir into Jace in the early game, like everything looks great. But the thing is like we couldn't see any further like the snowball from the D+ Kia from what they had from the advantage from the draft. It's just like was not there. It wasn't enough. Like especially against Maokai, Aatrox, even Kai'Sa Rakan. Like obviously they were losing themselves on bottom. Like there was a lot of factors that wasn't great for going through the DK.
And I actually think the D+ draft is completely fine. I just think they played really poorly. Like this draft has a lot of power. Obviously you give up Jace Maokai, which is a combo which has a very success, but we know why it's strong. Kai'Sa, I think, is the better trade. I think Guma definitely is a better Xayah, which is why T1 prioritized it. But you don't use your Sejuani at all. And then your Kai'Sa gets caught. It's all execution for me here.
I like that you mentioned execution, and especially coming from the bot lane. So if the first highlight is ready, let's roll it, because Deft, some difficulties here I feel. And how did this impact the rest of the game and D+ vision also, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, as what exactly the chronicler said, like it was like really, really important to time. Like you could see like basically everyone like just based on vision, he just went from pink ward, and it's like he's leaning towards the enemy wall side, and then that actually triggered the Keria flash Q, because as soon, I mean, this honestly it was like really great play by Keria as well. There was no single hesitation, and the problem is like Dapta's not having the cleans, or like just he can't ulti out. But after that, they actually just got Herald down on the mid tier 1. It was like the game was so free for T1 be able to just like keep snowball, even pop calm. Like it was like there was no tier 1 anymore. That means like you don't have a home anymore for when you're poking.
You don't have a home, it's harder to set up vision, and it ends up in D+ over-forcing and forcing plays. Let's roll the second clip that we have here around the Baron, because they lose all the Drakes in the early game. They have to come back topside and force this Baron, but that's just not it, Chronicler.
Yeah, and I don't know why. This draft is really good in the late game. You have Kai'Sa, who's free third item, and Azir, who is fed. You don't need to hard flip a Baron. If this is a Renekton Nidalee comp, you know, you have a Jason mid, you're playing like a Kalista. I get it. Yeah, sure, try to flip the Baron. But back to back, they flip for no reason. And T1, obviously, I think T1 had their own issues in this game, but I do think that their team fighting has looked a lot better. And if you just give them free layups like this, it's not going to work. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah, I mean, Keria is such a fine, extremely well the flash angle as well gain, and it's like, it's like the same as what Chronicler said. Like basically, if they want to flip, just flip together. Like they just don't. They are flipping without any single plan, so like they actually lost like middle of the game, like what they need to do. Like that's actually just killed the DK like completely.
perfectly flipped Barons that we have here. Thank you, production, for this. But let's elaborate a bit on what D+Kia needs to do, maybe, to stay afloat here. What are the bare necessities? What are the win conditions? What do we want to see better on this side of things?
So, Kenyon on a carry. I think that they didn't really utilize the strength of the Renekton and the Sejuani, and I think Kenyon on tanks has just looked way worse. I think Showmaker actually did look really good, which was kind of a relief after how bad he played in like the last week. Looked really, really rough. And yeah, mid-game calls, Uni.
And I mean, it's just like basically it's just around the old objects, like even the Drake, it was like 100 to 0. Well, T1 just got extremely fast, the Ocean Soul, and with the Pokecom, this game's over. You can't do anything.
And if they don't change these things, I don't think this will be a very long best of 5, which is really rough because we know individually what the level of D+ is, and I think it also shows why they played Kellen or Bible rather in the past, even though it didn't work.
And that's the thing, it feels like we've been saying these things over and over again when it comes to D+Kia. We know the caliber of players, we know what they're capable of. This should click as a team, but it still doesn't. Let's stay on the winner's side here with player of the game. You guys chose Keria, I believe. Let's see if the rest of the panel agrees. It's nice to see Keria back in this form.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty obvious one. Like, he actually cut the people, like, really, really well. I mean, even before this one, Kenyon was, like, hesitating, was trying to block the Botio, like, towards the back bottom after they lost the first Drake. And that was when Keria started. Like, he actually did the 3 flash 3 times and just end the game, basically.
I don't know how many good carry games we've gotten in summer thus far, but it's not a lot, right? And but I think that he's just been having really, really big struggles with his form, and it's really, really makes me very happy to see that the form is still there, right? And I just hope he's able to maintain it. But highlight games like this used to be every single carrier game, and I think this POG very deserved. As everyone collectively agrees, we do have to get the silly little vote in there.
I know, man. Like, what's going on? What's going on?
That's the usual. That's the usual. Wouldn't be a pug vote without media trolling. DK is gonna stay on blue side. Do you agree with this decision they made? I think it's the good.
Yeah, draft was fine, just different direction.
And for different directions, I think the blue side still has an edge on it, so you gotta keep the blue. Worst case is you probably go red at the last game. At the third game, rather, if they lose on game 2.
If it doesn't work, we'll see about this. For now, T1 leads the first game, so back to casters for game 2.
Thank you very much, Laura and the gang, for the breakdown of game number 1. And here we are to see whether it's going to be a best of 3 or whether T1 claim match point. I think based on what we saw in game number 1, even though, you know, D+Kia get side selection, they remain on the blue side, they can make some adjustments. From what we saw on the Rift, I don't know, man. It's a little bit of a worry here for D+.
It wasn't convincing, and the thing is as well, I feel like, you know, we talk a lot about the impact that them wanting Bible in because of him as a voice.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's just been the one saying, don't Baron, this is a terrible idea. And they're like, no, everyone's like, we should Baron. He's like, no, don't. And now with Kellen in, they're like, there's no one there to say, don't do stupid Barons.
Yeah, instead, Kellen's like, yeah, I'm not there. I'm not going to engage with it. You do you, Canyon. Have a great time over there.
Yeah, not sure what's going on when they started those Barons up, but either way, it was definitely a mix of maybe some weird draft priorities with the gameplay.
Yeah.
A lot of things to fix up, but it's game 1 in the best of 5, right? It's a bit too early to get doom and gloom. Not a great start, but this is where we'll see if they can bounce back. I think ultimately, 3 jungle bans, jungle first pick, and to give over Maokai Jace, not the best plan we have seen.
I think, honestly, I think that if there are no jungle bans, T1 still picks Maokai.
Probably, yeah.
So, if this is Poppy Vi Maokai, or if they first pick Maokai, then it's fine.
These are all valid things, okay. Well, they banned the Nocturne, so that means this might well be a Maokai first pick coming out from D+.
Unless they do exactly the same thing again. Okay, never mind. They're just going to do the same thing again. So, one pivot they can make if T1 decide to go with, you know, Jay Zaya again, which, you know, we're running it back, guys. It's just a straight run back. It could be Kai'Sa Maokai. And then, Ona does have to dig into his bag of tricks. But instead, it's just there's some
Whoa! Wait, T1 picked Maokai on 3.
Whoa!
I never expected that to happen. Well, I'm perplexed, shocked, amazed by this concept.
Can we check to see?
Oh, we just run it.
Is this a rerun?
Yeah, this might be a replay.
Okay, there's the adaptation.
Oh, that's
Finally.
something new. Okay, it was a replay. Yeah, sorry, we got a bit confused there. It looked like it was the exact same draft as last game.
Yeah.
Which is weird considering our comments about it. T1 have changed nothing. They have literally, they prep for game 1 and they're like, they're going to use the same homework again. It's like at school when you submit an essay and then you get some new homework and you just put the same one in, maybe tweak the title. And apparently it's still
a lazy
valid.
lazy teacher, not changing the syllabus at all.
Yep.
As Rel and Na were the bans last time around, now it's Rel and Alistair.
That was the problem.
Yeah,
right?
because Zeus looked completely uncomfortable on the Aatrox. It's a weird situation here. We'll see whether D+, with their stubbornness, it is going to bite them, or whether it is going to be a success as the Renekton is going to be considered. Now, if Canna decides that he wants to go towards the Rumble, they will have not very much physical damage if a
They'll
draft...
have even less.
Yeah, if draft is going to be considered the same. So, the Fiora consideration. This is a Renekton, so it's not quite the same. As there is Azir once again.
You know
so
what's
it's
even funny?
Basically the same draft.
It's not just the fact that they pick Azir, but they hovered Fiora again into the Azir pick. It's like they're going through the exact same mode. Like, it's mind-blowing. And then they pick Cassante, which, if you're picking the Sejuani, I feel like you want to go into that top jungle with confidence and pick, like, something that can really benefit from the passive. But instead in this situation, we're getting the Cassante, which has been more of a neutralizer, generally speaking, in the lanes we've had. So,
and doesn't do damage. And so they're going to run into the same problem once again, where they've got full magic.
Well, it's even more severe, because they don't have a Renekton.
Yeah. Braum is going to be the lock-in, though, into this Kai'Sa Rakan lane.
Yeah.
A little bit more on the defensive ebb.
It's a weird one, because typically you don't see Braum into Rakan much.
Yeah,
Rakan
that's what I was
is
thinking.
a Braum counter, because it's very hard to stack up the passive on him, because he's so mobile. But it's clearly in line with the theme that T1 went from game 1 and here, is that they are playing this defensive comp. It's going to be hard for D+ to approach, to get on top of them. I feel like without the Renekton, the Renekton's role was to get on top of the backline in this game. So I think they might just play a bit more around Def's poke, but the condition here is I feel like Def and Showmaker need to be super strong this game. I think if D+ fall behind, make any missteps, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to push in when they don't have the Renekton on top of that to be someone who can find those flank angles. So, this could very quickly turn into a 2-0 for T1 with 0 adaptations really from D+, other than the Alistair ban. It would feel rough.
It would, and it also feels even more rough to make barely any adjustments and then run it back and still lose. I think that does even more mental damage after a loss like that. And so then winning game 3 becomes even more difficult. It does feel a little bit like a Hail Mary, because if D+ managed to get it together in this game, yes, they equalize the series, but it's only then that they get to see something else from T1 and get to counteract a different game plan. This is a very similar draft, although Keria has a little bit less agency, and we'll see whether D+ Kia can play around it or not. All right, I don't need to worry about which side of Lore Park I'm on to understand that the T1 cheers were a little bit louder. Feeling pretty good are the fans after the victory in game number 1. And let's see whether, Deft has to flash at level 1 or anything like that is going to happen again.
Oh, no. I've seen the adaptation. This, it wasn't in the draft at all. Take a look at Deft summoner spells.
He just decided that he needed cleanse.
He was like, you know what? Playing against a champion with a point-and-click route as a normal ability and a big AoE ult that covers the entire river, not too fun without cleanse.
I mean, the support was changed to Braum, who does have a stun, and now the top laner is Renekton. So instead of a bunch of knockups, there's now a bunch of other stuff, as Faker is going to dive forward. Has to flash, as the Grand Entrance is going to lock down Carrier. They do manage to get the passive proc, because of course Braum, pretty good level 1. But still, I think that is a decent trade here for D+.
The lesson is someone is winning Flash level 1.
Yep.
At the start of the game.
And we're trading between teams each time, and so Faker going to draw the short straw in game number 2.
It's a good omen for D+, you know, because T1 obviously burnt Death's Flash, and then they won, so maybe there's something going on there.
Yeah. Whoever burns Flash earlier loses. And so I guess it's decided, maybe pack it up.
Yeah, 100% rate, sample size, out of 1.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all the sample size that I require
that's enough.
to call this, yeah.
Kerry and Gumishi should have the level 2 advantage and could potentially look for something, but Faker not having a fun time in this matchup.
Whoa, that's a flash forward from Carrier. Okay. The grand exit comes through there from Kellen, and not quite that much follow-up here from Gumiushi. So
yeah, actually, pretty fantastic from Kellen to block the Q. If that had hit Deft, I definitely would have been cleansed at least as a result. So the fact that Kellen blocked it and was able to obviously disengage a lot easier as the Rakan is the difference maker, but looks like we're getting that painted engage Braum in this game.
It's something that Carrier has had mixed success with, and most of the mix has been on the negative side, unfortunately. Showmaker, can he? Yes, he can.
To be fair, that was when Faker was subbed out, so maybe Faker's there to say, like, do it the same but better.
If you do watch Faker play, he's barely watching his own lane. So, you know, wouldn't surprise me. As Cannon misses a cannon. We're going to get the zoom in. Jonas Strong. He just does not tolerate you missing a cannon. He will zoom. It's just
Faker already burning TP here to get back in lane after some rough trades. So right now, Showmaker just wants to play quite aggressive, trade health as much as possible, and then he can reset TP back in and have a massive advantage in the lane.
I'm kind of hoping that we see Showmaker go for a little bit more of an aggressive build as well. I think that the Crown did get a fair bit of value in the last game, but if they can allow Showmaker to have more upfront damage in these fights, it will be pretty important.
Yeah,
and Leandri's would help them do Baron a little bit faster as well.
Yeah, especially when you have such a tanky front line, and Deft is overstepping here.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's going to have to flash, and there is the passive. Deft is going to be taken down. Owner tanking the turret, and he is just fine. Perfect. First gank here as Canyon. He's going to try his hand at taking down Faker. He doesn't have flash, but he does have a bit of a head start as he moves towards the brush. And he will be able to get in here. It's the ward over the wall, and Faker is still going to get knocked up by the Arctic Assault. Still
so close.
Just barely going to be able to keep himself alive is Faker.
Some risky pathing, considering he had no flash, but Def just, you know, if you look at how things panned out in this mid lane gank, Canyon was on the top side of the map. He had Scuttle taken. He actually had a ward on Owner's Raptors as well. You must have known, right, that Owner was on the bot side of the map, and yet Deft, like, steps up at the most random time. Cleanse of Flash, not going to save you from that. And the fact that the initial CC was the route from the Xayah really tells you everything you need to know about that setup. Like, you know, if Owner had Flash W'd him, I would have been a bit more understanding. But to get caught out by the route into the Braum passive, into the, you know, all that, it's just a big misplay from Deft. And his game one wasn't too sharp either. Considering he's had a pretty solid series, a lot of people putting him in the All-Pro. Like here, he should know Owner's bot side, and he walks up, he makes the aggressive play.
And there's just definitely not going to be enough damage phase rush as well to get Owner out to safety, so it doesn't tank too many turret shots. Everything going to be A-OK. You can see Def down about 9 CS now, and Gumiushi was a huge problem in game number 1 for D+ to deal with. He sort of just casually farmed at over 10 CS a minute throughout the majority of the game, and that may just continue here. Showmaker does take a shock blast as Faker is dove forward. Does have his flashback available once again, as there's the Flash Emperor's Divide, and Faker, he's not going to press his flash button just yet. We'll see whether he does manage to make his way out, and he does. And it looks like D+ is just going to let him go.
Yeah, and you know, if it'd been a little bit longer, a little bit later that Faker's flash was being level 1, then maybe we could have seen that play working out. But he gets the summoner back, and it was a little bit sloppy. The execution from D+. Canyon not able to stack up the passive. Felt like he didn't expect when Showmaker went for the ult. And as a result, it's just a trade of flashes. There is still a big advantage for Showmaker in the mid lane, but Faker managing to survive what could have been a pretty rough situation.
Yeah, it's not really feeling like the same mid-jungle duo that we've seen in past years here between Canyon and Showmaker, but still, you can see that the CS advantage, massive, things like that. There are other things that they were able to get out of that situation. And once again, Faker's Flash is now on cooldown as T1 standing on top of a ward, but they're still zoning Deft and Kellen away from this minion wave. And Ona back down towards the bottom side. This time, Deft is going to respect it. Canyon going to join in as well. We'll see whether Showmaker does manage to get this plate. Going for it for the moment. Faker in a little bit of trouble, but Ona standing on top of Vision. I don't think he will be contested, though, for this Dragon, although now going to move away from it, and Canyon is in the vicinity. Yeah, that's spotted by the sapling. More of them comes down, and that is the army of Ona that's going to be triggered here by Canyon. It's going to move on in and spots that something is afoot. Okay, there's the flash forward from Kellen. Gumayusi going to cleanse now. Glacial Prison comes down. Carrier just standing next to Gumayusi. Permafrost is in. Does manage to stun up this Xayah as Carrier looking for even more because they have a tree on the way. It might have been a little bit much though, as Deft is going to have to cleanse. The root is not going to be there. And there is the hit back onto Kellen. So 3 versus 3, some low health bars on both sides. As Canyon dashes forward, Killer Instinct comes down. Carrier is going to protect them for so long. But Deft is going to go down in the end. Kellen and Canyon getting the other 2. So a positive trade for D+, I guess.
But still felt so down to the wire. Gumayusi's flash just came up now. Carrier nearly saving that play with the shield. Such a close one, and we see the flash W. This play felt very weird. You know that Carrier is going to block it, and you also know that Gumayusi has cleansed, and yet they still go for the play. It very nearly backfires here when Ona comes in, but Deft has 6, and Canyon's like, we're going for this play, and look how clutch Carrier's shield is. Nearly actually saves the play for T1.
Yeah, the flash forward and immediately stands next to Gumayusi and puts up the door. Mitigates so much here.
Honestly, that could have been a 3 for 0 if he wasn't so quick with the shield there. Ultimately, it's still favorable for D+, but not as much so. They're going to take the Dragon on this one. Hextech Dragon early. Pretty nice when you have both a Kai'Sa and an Azir. But the Herald going top lane, and we see that T1 have moved their bot lane up top for the Herald and can just make the play with it and go for an aggressive turret. In return, Deft is going to try and take some plates here, but you're not going to push nearly as fast.
Yeah, he's actually going to decide to go for a reset here as well, as Kellen's moving on over, does spot Ona out doing the enemy blue buff. Showmaker continuing to retain control of this lane as Kellen moving on in to protect his top lane. Canna was on a bit of an island before, isn't behind by too much, as of course in the Cassante matchup into Renekton, it is kind of wishy-washy, but generally Renekton is ahead at this stage, and then, you know, you're just pretty
Cassante gets tanky,
Cassante things.
He's just that guy, strong, tanky, can ult people away. Yeah, well, D+ will match T1's bot lane, but we actually see that Gumayusi's going to reset and head down towards bot. So this little switch back and forth has resulted in Xayah's picking up a plate, and it kind of just feels like D+ are being dragged around the map, just following T1. And this is kind of the thing that happens when one side has the Herald. You kind of have to respect that. If you let them get a numbers advantage, they will win out with the Herald. And as a result, D+ are just chasing them.
Yeah, Deft actually going to cancel the back. Looks for a potential plate here. As the Renekton is moving back, they see that the Xayah shows on vision, so Deft realizes that there should be an opportunity to get a little bit of extra money. So it is there in order to consume the plate. So that is decent. Showmaker still having control of this mid lane, and this is the one saving grace here for D+, is the fact that Showmaker so far has just been winning out on all of these trades. That the Q-auto combos to come through onto Faker have been pretty dangerous. But still, Rift Herald now going to come down. Kellen, the only one really in the area. There is a Killer Instinct on Deft, but he's not going to be able to get anywhere near in range in time. And so Gumayusi, a bit of extra money. Ona as well, lining the pockets.
That's what they're fishing for. That's what they're trying to do with these swaps around the map, is find an easy opportunity to get some gold injected onto Gumayusi, and they managed to meet their objective there, get a bit of an advantage. Obviously, junglers both having a fair bit of gold thanks to those 2 kills, but I feel like Ona having an early demonic, definitely a big difference maker.
Yeah. And we do have the cull cashed in as, okay, Glacial Prison is going to go wide. The knockup comes through from Kellen, though, as Carrier wondering where he wants to put the door and decides that Deft is going to be the option. Still, Deft, oh, he does find it. Killer Instinct not going to be opted into. Knew that it was going to be his life for the enemy support. Probably not worthwhile. Moves back down towards this bottom lane. Carrier going to be able to go back home.
And a nice attempt, I've got to say, from D+, but Carrier very solid with the movement, able to dodge away from that ultimate from Canyon, making all the difference.
Cathy and Rain doing a little bit more than that one turret shot did, so wins out on that trade does Deft.
In the 1v1 now with the Shiv, it's pretty painful for Gumayusi because you're never going to have Prio, you're permanently going to be on your tower, and Deft can really just poke you out. So leaving it in this isolated 1v1, not ideal. Next Dragon's an Infernal as well, so expect teams to be putting some resources over there. We can already see that D+ have a pretty fantastic spread of vision in the river.
Yeah, Faker just decided that, no, I prefer it if Showmaker wasn't.
Oh, he actually broke the crown as well.
Huh.
Showmaker recalled, bought the crown for it to break as a result.
Huh. Didn't know you could buy a broken crown. As it turns out, you can.
Probably get a refund on that one.
Yeah.
I just bought this and it's broken, and Boris is like, nope, when I sold you it was fine.
Exactly. I'd have a conversation with Boris about that one, though. Because, of course, Showmaker must have bought that thing extraordinarily quickly. Sometimes you shake it around in the box a little bit. And then maybe it's the delivery company's fault. I don't know.
You have to blame on the delivery company.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Boris is actually there, though, you know, in the shop. So
yeah, you bought it from in the shop, and then you blame the delivery company.
Yeah.
And he's like, I handed it to you personally.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you just blame and you probably shouldn't. Still, Showmaker does repair it himself, which he's probably frustrated about. Zeus gets himself a plate. And the Renekton is winning by a decent margin now. Actually, much larger than it was before. Might explain the 400 gold advantage that T1 does have. That, as well as First Blood, sort of playing into that.
Yeah, I think he's been like the main beneficiary of these swaps around the map. He was getting a lot of alone time to pick up waves. In a pretty good position, and expect to see a very different Renekton this game compared to last. We do see some plates being picked up though for D+.
Yeah, they get one mid. Will they be able to get another one here in this bottom lane? As there is a teleport ward, and immediately the teleport comes down. Faker wanting to lock down Deft. Voidseeker is going to connect there as he uses Faker as a taxi out. The Nature's Grasp is going to find Deft, but he's now too far away. As Canna looking for Zeus, does manage to knock him back a few times. As D+, they're going to look for the Crocodile first. A few Qs going to connect, a few slows going to land. T1, they form the Phalanx. They are now on this Dragon. Taking a fair bit of damage. You can see Deft now without the ultimate. He does have Flash to get over that wall if he'd like to, but not going to be doing that. He's going to need that for the future as the Dragon just gets interested in Canyon, and Canyon presses Smite.
And I think you just take that if you're D+, despite the fact that the...
Explain yourself.
Oh my... You know, I wasn't even...
You were focusing on the fight, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's on me.
Man.
I am playoffs as well.
Yeah.
This is actually really bad for D+, because their advantage they have in the early game is the 2 dragons, and now they get scammed because...
Well, Alan is going to quickness and dive forward. Does manage to trade it here for Gumayushi's Featherstorm. Probably good news. Also gets the cleanse. But having to use Flash doesn't feel all that fantastic, even if you do have all of the mobility that the Rakan does have. Now if Deft does sink his teeth in, could be something that he could work with, but Kerry is going to be in the area. This turret is extraordinarily low, so I have a feeling that Deft might just need to get out of there. There's the Flash, and so Canyon's now going to move in, and Carrier, he could be in trouble. Does still have Flash available, but there's the permanent Frost. And now Gumayusi is up against the wall and just taken down. That is 2 swift ones there in trade for Deft's Flash and Cleanse. As Callan getting underneath this turret. Faker is relatively low. Zeus is here though, and he's very capable of diving this one. Ona going to turn up as well. So outer turret in trade for the 2 kills in the bottom lane, and they also were able to take the outer turret. And so I would say, kind of working out all right, although T1 do lose their bottom outer. So I guess, in the end, kind of okay for D+ in that one.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, unless this Rift Herald goes down as well.
It just keeps going on.
Yeah.
It's like, will they take mid to... No, that's not happening. Okay, that's the end of the trades. I think ultimately, D+ obviously going to benefit from the extra gold, but I think T1 taking down that mid tier 1 is definitely a big factor. Yeah, Carrier blocks the Shiv so he can't kill the wave, and then Def... I mean, I guess part of it was he's baiting, but definitely don't feel like he would have had to burn the flash there. But here, double TP, just a death sentence for Gumiushi and Carrier. Bit too over-aggressive trying to force that kill.
Yeah, maybe you didn't need double TP. Maybe there could have been a Showmaker in the mid lane to try and defend, but I don't know whether he would have been able to with both Zeus and Faker, and then Ono turning up pretty much immediately afterwards. This also, just to confirm, it is 3 points in Q and now 3 points in E on the Braum. Hopefully he maxes the E and then goes straight to that W. You know what I'm saying? That would be glorious if we were to see it. Carrier absolutely learning some of his previous errors of build choice.
I'm so glad we're seeing the transition towards it. You know,
and you know what? And you reward him with a Chemtech soul. My God.
I'm a terrible person.
I just, you know, I think there is room for improvement there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go so far as to say terrible.
So actually, I would say he has been rewarded with a Chemtech soul because D+ are the one with 2 dragons.
That is true.
They were banking on getting a good soul, and then they get scammed out of it.
All right, Gumiushi is going to press Featherstorm, but is it actually going to be enough? He decides that a flash is not going to save him, and I think he might be right as Faker is teleported in. Def taking a fair bit of damage from that Shock Blast, as he may have overextended. The ulti is going to connect, but only onto Canyon, who will be A-OK. Battle Dance gets Kellen well and truly out of there, and so D+, they get towards their turrets, and Showmaker's here on the top side. This is working out way better this time around. Maybe D+ just needed to wake up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. But so far, so good as we head towards the later mid-game.
Such an overforce there, I feel like, from T1. You know, they obviously committed the TP, and they're like, okay, we have to make something happen. And meanwhile, we have both the solo laners of D+ just taking waves. Showmaker gets a tower, and it's like, okay, you lose out in mid because Gumiushi dies, but then you lose out even more because you're trying to chase down these kills that there was never really any hope of them happening. W lands from Def. Kellen just standing on top of him knows no cleanse means it's a guaranteed kill there. And then this Shock Blast from Faker is good, but it just feels like they're trying to force something here when there's nothing really to gain. The fact that the Maokai and the Renekton are so far away.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit like some of the mistakes that D+ were making in the last game, which feels like doubling down on already a bad situation,
and you know
not cutting your losses.
After that, you triple down.
Yeah, right. We did see a little bit of that with the return
Baron
to Barons, things like that. Yeah.
And then we saw that with the draft as well, when D+ are like, nope, quadruple down.
Hey,
and it's actually kind of working.
There was only one thing wrong with the last draft, and that was Alistar.
Yeah.
And so they banned that second round, nailed it. Absolutely perfect.
Everything.
I think I want to echo what Chronicler said on the space, which is that things were just kind of fine in the draft. It's the gameplay that can let the team down. I do think it's a bit of an oversight banning all these junglers and one of them not being Maokai. Owner has almost relied on Maokai in a lot of their victories recently, and they have been prioritizing it extraordinarily high.
Yeah.
But
I also
could
think
be something
that
worth looking at.
One of the good things they did was picking Kai'Sa. And 2 Kai'Sa games in a row.
Yeah.
Pretty solid. You can also see, just in case you're unsure, you're like, whoa, do the teams think that Chemtech Soul is really useless? Well, notice how T1 just seemed to completely ignore the fact that D+ got a free dragon.
Yeah.
They don't care.
No, because you know what I mean. Oh, okay, there's a Glacial Prison going to be traded for Gumiushi's Featherstorm. Means that any potential fights upcoming are going to be a little bit dangerous. And what I was going to say before is a Chemtech Soul is like, we're guaranteed to have Elder fights.
Yeah.
Or flips. In this game, because yeah, like you say, no one really minds about the soul. Being a little bit extra tenacious is kind of fun. I imagine Deft is double upset because he's now like, well, if I'm going to be that, like, if I'm going to have that much tenacity, then, you know, why do I have this silly cleanse?
Yeah, I could
have my heal back.
You'll get some big Rakan Qs with the healing and shielding power.
Yeah, right.
And also, if there's a situation where Deft is at 49% HP, his W's will really hit.
True. There you go.
Maybe he should let Gromp hit him down to 49% and then start poking. for the extra damage.
He should actually. He shouldn't go the Rage Blade. It should be Rift Maker so that he can get more healing from that as well.
But then he gets too much health and he doesn't get the extra damage.
Oh no! So you can't actually heal. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, Rage Blade it is. Maybe.
Oh, it's
counterintuitive
because Def will be like, whoa, look how much damage my W's doing, and then Kellen will hit a Q and heal and be like, no.
Yeah.
No, I was doing. Why would you do that to me?
It is a bit off theme, isn't it, with itself?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Anyway, 3 minutes until the fourth dragon of the game is going to be coming up. As right now, D+ are just going to jump on top of the Baron. Controller does go over, so T1 get full information as to what's going on. Deft going to be moving in here as, yeah, they are doing it again. Teleport going to come through from T1. Let's see how this one goes. As Shock Blast connects onto Deft, and now they have to vacate. It is a decent ultimate there from Canyon, but he's still going to get pushed around. The ulti comes through. Faker even hit by the Baron, as that's an incredible ult to come through from Kellen, keeping himself alive as well. Kanna taking some Shock Blasts. And these Void Seekers do need to land. They want to keep T1 out of this area. D+, oh man, you are making me so nervous.
This is very tense, and it kind of worked. I'm not sure it was the best game plan, but it worked. So that probably means D+ are going to keep doing this for the rest of the series.
I mean, testing a team by starting a Baron, that's fine. But like, then teetering on the edge of just throwing the game.
Like here, like Def gets chunked out, you know, and it looks kind of bad. But he does just basically solo out Faker, and then Ona gets obliterated. And then, you know, it goes fine. It goes okay. It works out. But then they're like, hey, let's do the Baron still. And it's just a bit too much, okay?
Yeah. I believe there was a quickness third Q layering between Kanna and Kellen as well in that last little interaction. And it looked pretty nice. I think Kellen kind of saving it there just a little bit for his teammates. But okay. D+, they tested the waters, and it was cold, and they decided not to go in, although they were almost, you know, knee-deep.
I feel like they're testing the water by, like, jumping in with a belly flop.
Yeah.
Right? Or a cannonball. Like,
and then like, it's cold, and then they swim out.
Yeah. And then they do it again.
They can.
And they're like, it's still cold. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It was just cold.
Yeah. It does remind me of, you know, the pirate level of Banjo-Kazooie. The one where if you ever go in the ocean, the shark comes up.
Yeah.
And he'll just come at you. And you can be in the ocean for a little bit. But if you're in there for more than like 15 seconds, you're eaten by a shark. And you're like, you knew that you were going to be eaten by that shark.
Yeah. It's not something new.
It just feels really bad when it does happen. Yeah.
Yeah. You're really playing with fire.
Yep. Yeah, I would say. We're not in this game. We're playing with Chemtech. We're playing with blast cones. And Carrier is going to look for a bit of a Winter's Bite. Does find it there. And Canyon trying to get some irremovable vision. Does secure it.
I will say, the thing is, because D+ are ahead, T1 haven't really had a chance to grab too much magic resist. Everyone has Merc Treads apart from Gumiushi, but if you look at the items from D+, this is so much AP damage on this team. Not a lot of physical, so if D+ make a mistake, if they give some gold over to T1, it is going to feel really bad. They need to be very precise with how they play these next fights out.
Ooh, crown broken here by Faker. Surgical in the way he got that one through there. Try and deny. Still, that one will be up relatively soon. There is going to be a fight for this soul. It looks like T1 in position to try and defend it. And the more damage Gumiushi takes, the more difficult it's going to be for T1 at the beginning of these ones. As teleports come forward, Deft will take a shock blast. It's a trade of poke here for both teams.
Oh my.
Okay, Gumiushi
It's over.
has to go home.
Yep.
Well, it's not over. I mean, D+ are just going to force an earlier Elder. Yeah.
But yeah, it's if this was any other soul, that would feel really bad.
Yeah.
You want to like, well, that's not great, not terrible.
No. Not the end of the world. Still, they are going to go for a reset, and D+ now with their soul, they can move towards a Baron pit if they would like to. Somewhat dangerous. There is a stopwatch for both Deft and Showmaker. Could be very, very valuable as Canyon waiting in the wings for anyone to come and try and take this. As there is the Glacial Prison. Gumiushi going to cleanse and Featherstorm. And now a Baron could be attempted, and they could look for a little bit of a turn. Still, Glacial Prison is a big one as, oh yeah.
This is why I don't like the Xayah into the Kai'Sa.
I mean, Deft also hasn't been back for, I think, like 7 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to be full build.
Yeah.
He does need some mana, so I'd expect a recall soon, but he's just going to clear up this wave with the Shiv. Maybe about to get full Ginsus. And T1 are like, you know what? Starting Baron sounds pretty fun, because Deft has no mana and hasn't recalled. He has a lot of gold on him.
And it is in full vision of D+, but what are they going to be able to actually do about it is there's the flash out from Canyon. Kellen looking for an angle. Voidseeker connects. The Baron is going to be secured by T1. They may lose Zeus, but maybe that'll be worth this. Gumiyushi caught in the back of the pit, does have to flash. The Crocodile takes a while to go down. Deft uses the last remnants of his mana to do so. And so, Croc for Baron. I guess you take that as T1.
Absolutely, and they just get away with murder on this. D+ just kind of falling asleep at the wheel there. Deft was holding his recall for such a long time, so greedy, and it meant that he had no mana in this situation. They didn't have the pressure mid, and as a result, T1 get complete control of the Baron area. This shouldn't be happening when you're this, like you're that behind in terms of map pressure. It just feels like a freebie.
Yeah, and when they had so much control that they'd earned, honestly, from great play, pushing Gumiyushi out of there, landing the right skill shots, and then to have it all kind of removed on a silly error. It's not really what you want to see. Deft wasn't actually able to complete the Ginsus either, unfortunately, and so maybe he was just greeding for a little bit of that extra money so he could have a cleaner recall. Still, does have his stopwatch still there. Gets a level up also, level 15. Soon going to have max rank Killer Instinct.
And Gumiyushi's an entire level behind. He just hit 14. And that's with the extra experience from Baron and the fact he has a CS lead. So definitely still in a deficit mid, quite far behind as well. The gold difference has just been erratic though over the course.
Oh yeah. And look at this like control ward path that can be walked for D+. Towards a Baron pit that is now empty. This feels a little bit bad. Still, the Baron power play is moving towards the negatives relatively fast. So in a game where you don't have very much control, a Baron is mainly used defensively. You can see Zeus, he's going to respawn, but with Showmaker and Canyon in this area, they are going to guarantee that they will move it into negative numbers here towards the top side of the map. How did that land? What? That's a bit unfair.
Yeah, those minions really not doing their job properly.
They were not interested. As, okay, Glacial Prison going to come down, and Zeus says, all right, I'll press my ultimate, you press yours. Showmaker is going to be able to avoid the Nature's Grasp, and Canyon with Frost Armor and Aftershock is just not going to take very much. He's got Randuins as well, my goodness. Doesn't take a lot of damage.
Very tanky against the AD threats. You know, the Demonic will chip him down gradually, but the Maokai is not exactly pumping big numbers. It's very much like the heavy AP D+ against the heavy AD T1. And speaking of that, look at the items that have come out from Faker and Gumiyushi, both of them picking up more of Malmortia's third. This is kind of what I was talking about. If D+ made a mistake, giving over the Baron, it allows T1 to not only have finished their core items, but then invest in that magic resist. Because the owner is starting to pick up a Force of Nature. Zeus has got a null magic mantle. He's working towards some more MR. So at this point, T1 are going to become harder and harder to kill.
Yeah. Deft can just start building some damage items of the physical variety if he would like to. You go full mix damage on the Kai'Sa, but it doesn't feel very good. I think you are going to generally go with the Kraken Slayer build if that is what's going to happen. Getting all of the evolutions and all that sort of stuff sorted out is kind of all right, but indexing into one stat is generally the better way to do it based on how the math works for max DPS.
Yeah.
Maybe when there's too much magic resist, it will be something worth considering. 1.5 minutes until we have the Elder Drake on the map. Orcs and... Last time around, T1, they got themselves a soul. It was an ocean. It was pretty good, especially with poke compositions on both sides, basically. A little bit more team fight here for DK, I guess. But if you've got a... it's more of a kite back poke here for T1, whereas it's a bit more like team fight front to back poke for D+.
And I think it's going to be really important who gets set up on the objective first, who's able to land that poke. Both Faker and Deft will be doing pretty significant damage at this point. So need to make sure you're getting that down initially. And if you allow T1 into the river, if you allow them control there, it's going to be really rough for D+ from that position. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen. Blighting Jewel picked up for Deft, but no full Void Staff. Obviously respecting the MR that's been stacked up by the opponent. And T1 actually managed to push their way into the river now.
Yeah, both teams pretty fresh off backs. It means that the fact that this gold is entirely tied up is only going to be separated by the extra stats from 4 Drakes and this Chemtech Soul. It's not exactly massive. Will mean that they'll be doing more damage the lower they go. I think for Cassante, Chemtech Soul kind of feels all right if you go all out.
Pretty good for him.
That's kind of dope. But T1 are going to move towards this Elder Drake and forego mid control. Might be a bit of a Hail Mary as Kellen looks for that flank angle. Mega Cone is going to push him and Zeus further out. As, all right, the Void Seeker comes out. Shock Blast is going to land onto Deft though. Poke War being won by Faker.
If Kellen's there, he can cue the Elder for heals, but he's nowhere near.
He is, and now can get behind as the Nature's Grasp comes in. They line up behind Canyon as Zeus going to be moving in. He gets spotted by Kellen, who's going to quickness. Can he actually get into the back line? He does! Gumayushi going to get locked down, but he does Featherstorm. There's the flash, but they get into the back line, and just some Cassante things as the Emperor's Divide is going to push away the Croc. Massive damage, actually, as the Gore Drinker does a bunch of work, and Owner is going to take an Elder after losing the team fight. Okay. Still, now the Cassante is going to dive on top of him, and I don't know whether very much Elder value is coming in as D+ get a clean ace after giving over the Elder.
Elder for Nexus trade, we see it again. Never a good trade. Ultimately, T1, we see a phenomenal flank there from Kellen, able to shut out Gumayushi, able to take him down, get him low enough that the follow-up's there. And that is enough to claim the fight. They don't get the Elder, but it doesn't matter when you get the game. Carrier cannot defend this solo.
Yeah, and D+, they will even out the series. It's just a best of 3 that we've got to look at here. And we were nervous, right? Because you come into a series like this, you change basically nothing in your game plan. They only decided to not ban Gnar and they banned Alistair instead, who got POG in game number 1 for T1. And that was enough adaptation to look much better, actually,
I mean,
in this
I feel
game.
like the big issue for me was the Braum. You know, Carrier had a great game when he was enabled on the Alistair.
Right.
Picked the Braum, couldn't do as much, and also gave a phenomenal lane to the Rakan. And Kellen, that final flank, he was being marked by Zeus, but manages to use his movement speed, actually ulted and hit Zeus and used that extra burst of speed. I think the ult was about a timeout. He just reached Gumayushi for that engage. So really nicely played, very clutch at a very pivotal moment in the series. And I honestly think that if they'd lost this game, it might have just been a 3-0, but they managed to balance it out and bounce back on this one. Huge play coming out from D+.
Really impressive stuff. I didn't know whether they'd have it in them. Part of the reason why I predicted a 3-0 is because I thought this was just going to be a 3-0 for either team, right? They haven't been a team that's been very capable of bouncing back in the past. But Showmaker right there, this is a guy who we were not so sure about moving into this series, but absolutely monster performance, did so much damage. Deft as well, doubling his counterpart, both of them doubling their opposite numbers. And look at that skyrocket of gold, because the gold graph was just a heart monitor for most of this game. Yeah. And then they give over an Elder and take a Nexus.
It's that simple. That was the plan for the start for D+.
Yeah, works out very, very well. So a victory for Chemtech Soul as well. So we have to say that feels kind of good. Let's go to a short break. When we get back to space, and then we'll see who's going to be able to get to match point.
야, 그거다, 나무다.
싸워.
나이스, 끝났다.
끝나냐?
할만해
나 끝나고 싶긴 한데.
끝날만해.
형가 잘 걸었다.
어허머. 잘해야겠다.
내가 막을게.
갈만해.
타야 노플이야. 게임이 어렵네. 초반에. 행해줘. 아래 거부터 아래
내가
거부터.
살짝 생각할게.
이거 철거 위에 터뜨려봐.
위에 터뜨릴게.
철거. 내가 브라운스 맞아줄게 안 보여.
끝났어.
죽여.
나이스. 잘했다.
This is all! 참 쉽죠? 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파.
welcome back to the space, as it seems like we're gonna have a series. I don't know if it's gonna be a good series though, but that's gonna be for sure a series. And I feel like we have two themes going on today. The first one being poke when it comes to compositions, the second one being flips. We'll get to the flip part later, but let's talk about the compositions because we had some expectations as to what we think Canyon should play here. Didn't quite land, but it's a bit of a run it back situation besides top.
I actually think it's a way worse Sejuani draft.
Yeah.
But it also echoes what we wanted to see, which was better play. Because looking at the drafts here, obviously both teams kind of run it back. The Renekton for Zeus ended up getting like a 30-40 CS lane in side lane, doing really well. Obviously Cassante is supposed to go behind a little bit, but that was a lot. But like the casters, we did not love the Braum here. Keria showcased early on that he flashed just to try and get a gank off early. And even though I think that he'd actually play a lot better than the last time, I think the Braum just makes his composition really awkward because you lack the go buttons that you need. And that D+ hasn't been able to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the D+ Kia, they banned Rel and Alistar 4-5, and then being ends of just Keria put on the Braum situations. Like, that's well done. That's well done, but from T1, we gotta do, like, again, like, what T1 need to do to win the next game. Do not put the Braum on the carrier. That's it.
Yep.
Like, he's not it. Like,
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
And
Don't
also
do
the
it.
thing is, like, the D+ Kia as well also focus the, like, more individually, like, not only, like, actually mid lane, because, like, the Azir against Jace is, like, no matter what, you're just winning, having, like, consistently the lead, and it's, like, the, as we said it, the Showmaker was keeping his form, like, that was the most important. If Kana actually just step up a little bit more, I think that'll be, like, it's gonna make the T1 way tougher.
For me, it was kind of an opposite situation in the sense that what we saw from D+ Kia during game 1, we saw from T1 here during game 2, and I want to talk about the early game here maybe at first, and Chronicler, if you can talk me through what went better on the side of D+ Kia this time around.
So they still started Baron at 21 minutes.
Step by step. Yeah.
They did, yeah. But they didn't lose the game there this time, Hooney.
Because T1 actually decided to lose here.
God, Hooney!
Like, actually, like, I think they already pushed out, like, the D+ Kias are out of the Baron. Like, they're done with the flip. But, like, no, we're not done. We're gonna fight even though we have poke composition. Like, our Jace is doing great damage right here, but doesn't matter.
And right there, you see, like, if that is, instead of a Braum, a Nautilus, or an Alistar, like, they go in, they bomb that fight, or rather, D+ gets bombed in that fight. They take the Nash, and the game is over. But what instead happens is it isn't even really a flip. It's just D+ hard force T1 to make a response, and without Keria playing a great engaged champion, T1's like,
What do?
What do now? And the response isn't great.
Yeah, you don't have any ways to answer here. You were mentioning flip. I want to mention the second real flip of the game, which is the one that gave D+ Kia the victory here. I'm sorry, Uni, to have you make
this one hurts. Uni, take it away, bud.
Amazing flank from Kellyan here.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually flip for Nexus, by the way. They're flipping for these Nexus. Like, entire the series of the game on the game that's at 2. But, like, just play slow, and it's like they're not blocking the Sejuani ulti for Gumayusi. That was a really big, and they see whole time the Rakan is coming from behind. I mean,
they know
the response that they're sticking together as a double carry, and also not pressing R from Xayah on Gumayusi. That's a little bit not.
Yeah, Guma had a really bad game. Also, shout out to Canyon who actually forced the cleanse. But Canyon should not be able to hit the Xayah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's like, you have plenty of people who can stand in front. And then it's so funny because I feel like the objectives themselves don't end up being flips, but it's still a macro flip because what they're doing is basically saying, we are going to 5v5 now, and whoever wins this 5v5 wins the game. And that's the macro plan for both teams in like the entirety of the series. Just for us, like, start Baron, start Elder, and we'll see. Do we win the fight?
Well, I mean, still, there was a takeaway, like, from the T1. As soon as they lost Drake's Soul, like, they actually just recognized, like, a D+ Kia just extended their tempo so badly.
Yeah.
They used the turn, like, so, like, multiple times. Like, that's why they instantly recognized that, oh, we could actually go Baron. And then they traded for Soul and Baron. That's why the flip actually happened in these Elder. So, both teams still know how to play. Like, somewhere, you know. They gotta beat the balance.
It's there.
It's there.
It is there. I'm more worried about Huni's sanity here than anything else in this series. So let's focus on positives, winners, player of the game, and reveal here. It was, of course, it is. Can it makes sense, honestly. He was really clutch with the Rakan engages, both in lane and later on.
Yeah, and I really want to give, again, credit to Kellen. Kellen, to me, is a really interesting support because for like the last, ever since he was in Nongshim with the Peanut lineup together with Dokdam, this is a player that has never been at the very forefront of our best supports, but he's so consistent. And I really think that I have a lot of faith when coaches want to try new things. I think trying Bible was fine, but the shot calling for deep balls looks the same, you know, with or without Bible. I think it's not great one way or another. But Kellen, moments like this showcase you the talent that this player has, and I think that he was really crucial in actually getting them to win.
Yeah, I mean, especially like game 1, the carry got it, game 2, Kellen got it. I think today is actually just great support day. So like
playing really well.
You guys gotta make sure to not put on Braum both teams. Seriously.
No Braum.
Don't draft it. Don't draft it here. T1 will be playing blue side though this game. Lots of OPs to focus on. Maybe one in mind. What do you want to open the draft here? Quick.
New draft? We'll get different openings because the side swap?
What about the exact draft, like just traded? Well, I mean, it's gonna be good. I mean, there were a lot of positivity, so I believe them.
Try something new. We'll see the approach both teams have here, but it's time for us to toss back to casters for game 3. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Astronauts, for the breakdown of game number 2. Yeah, we kind of agree. Didn't enjoy the Braum super a lot. I also really appreciate some of the POG voters just looking at the winner of the game and saying, oh, it was D+, must be a Canyon vote.
Yep.
He also played pretty well.
He had the most POGs in the regular season.
Whoa,
so they have
really?
to vote for him, yeah.
Ah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Enjoying some BBQ chicken here in the audience as well. They want to get to their KTX, I believe. We'll see whether they will have enough time in order to get there. If it's a 5-game series, maybe the Silver Scrapes is... they booked their ticket to J-Jump, so they want to make sure that they can support T1 at finals. And if they lose here today, they've got a long time to be sad before they're jumping on that
at
train.
least they'll have time to maybe get a refund on those tickets or sell them on to someone else, you know?
And honestly, this game here, not as important, right? It's winning the next 2 after that if it does come down to it, because we do have match point on the line, but both of these teams are tied up 1-1. For the first time, though, we will see T1 on the blue side. They're going to be banning away the Tristana. The Kai'Sa will be respected this time, though.
I think that's
They'll ban the Nico as well.
That's so weird, though, because T1 were like hard prioritizing the Xayah when Kai'Sa was open, so...
I mean, Gumayushi has played the most games this season on the Kai'Sa and has a 30% win rate.
Wow.
So it hasn't really found as much success for T1.
But then again, T1 had a bad win rate in general.
They did. And second round robin was where the Kai'Sa really started to take off.
Yeah. I am just interested, though, because, you know, I assume that T1 would just want to prioritize the Xayah despite this, but maybe that's the game plan, is that T1 first pick something else and D+ take the Xayah with no Kai'Sa available could be the strategy. We'll see how it ends up panning out. Third ban they're pondering on for a while, and they go for the Vi, so the one jungle ban they kept from the last draft. And yet,
I mean, yeah. Relatively
unsurprising?
Unsurprising, one could say.
That's why I don't get the Kai'Sa ban. Like, if T1 on red side before were prioritizing Xayah over Kai'Sa, why do you think they would change that? And now you're just in a position where they pick Xayah and you're like, oh, well, now we don't have Kai'Sa. They could potentially lean towards, like, the Varus. They could go, like, Varus,
I think Rakan
Jace.
has to happen, at least. It could be Rakan and then Maokai, perhaps.
But
Rakan, Jace could come in as well, like you were talking about.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Or is it Rakan Maokai, and that sort of makes Faker less likely to pick the Jace? And also, last time Showmaker played Jace, it wasn't great.
I think Maokai is more the one you were happy to have alone, but it looks like they might just go towards the Azir.
Okay.
T1 might just take Maokai Jace here. Although maybe they've changed their tune. Maybe they're like, look, mid lane's not been going as hot. Maybe they want to change the matchup. But then again, Maokai Jace is pretty good.
It is. And they can make the adaptations that they're looking for. They could also lock in and engage support for Keria This is also a flex. Like, Carrier could be playing the Maokai as well. Does work as a bit of that engage angle.
We saw Beryl originally bring it out specifically into Rakan.
Yeah.
As when he W's in, you can W him. The untargetability means you dodge the knockup. And lock him in place. Okay.
These drafts have been a little bit against what I would expect.
That's a good way of phrasing it.
When it comes to the decision making, it's been very curious. As Rel jungle, or Rakan jungle, for Canyon, going to be the consideration here. That's a lot of engage and a lot of dive.
The thing is, I feel like this is kind of weird because, you know, I feel like part of the power of the Rel is the flex. Like, you can pick it early, and then the enemy team doesn't know what to ban. By taking the Rakan and the Rel in the first rotation, they know Rel is jungle, so they're just going to ban 80 carries. And the 80 carry pool, you've already lost the Kai'Sa, which is good into Xayah. Civ is now going to get taken off the card. You could see the Varus banned away, the Zeri banned. Like, it just means the Def's pools can get targeted more. So what that suggests to me potentially is that D+ have an 80 carry pick they think will not get banned no matter what.
They're playing Kalista.
On that.
That's what
That definitely wouldn't get banned, but it'd also be terrible into Maokai. So
that's true. Not great into Maokai. But maybe that's just what they want to do. It does give Kellen a little bit more safety.
One thing we have to remember is that the teams have full autonomy over what they pick. They are allowed to pick what they want.
That is very true.
We get no say. So they do end up banning out the Zeri. So
Kog'Maw, maybe? Cassante 80
like
carry?
We're only really seeing Kog'Maw with Braum when we're seeing it. And it would be pretty cool if they decided to go Rakan top.
Yeah, I'd be into the Rakan top.
You know, that would be a lot of engage. And it looks like they might be leaning towards that Maokai in the support role. The Poppy, phenomenal value here when everyone on the side of D+ has a million dashes.
Yeah, and that means they flex the Maokai into the support role as well. Ona thinking about... I think
like
Poppy
the Poppy.
is
The
a bit of a
Poppy's so
no-brainer.
good here. And you have Poke, you know, the Jace was open, but opting to go for the Corki instead. Clearly, the thought process is the matchup with the Jace wasn't going so hot for Faker. Like, look, just pick Corki. You can scale the old school matchup that pops up again every so often.
Yeah, and now Deft with the last pick. What is he going to be playing here towards this bottom side? Could be just Draven. You could just go and Draven it if you would like to. I think now Kalista is even worse. It was already bad, and now it's even more bad.
Yeah, I think Varus makes it.
So Varus is going to come through. That is going to be the answer. A bit of added poke there. Does mean that now they will have a more equal damage profile. Do kind of like it. But it does mean that the theming is a little bit weird for this composition because they've got dive, 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 and then Azir Varus.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what their direction is for D+'s composition. Also, the front line of T1 is incredibly tanky, right? You have the Poppy, super tank, Maokai, who's pretty bulky as far as supports go, and then an Aatrox, who is just going to keep healing through your damage. And in terms of the damage D+ have, you have what is likely a lethality Varus, because it's all we've been seeing recently. You have a Azir who's probably going Crown, let's be honest, with ourselves.
Yeah.
You don't have the most damage in your composition, and as a result, I think if it comes to late game 5v5s, if you're not ahead, I think D+ might end up struggling. But we saw Showmaker win out in the laning phase in both the previous games. Deft with the Varus is a very good matchup into the Xayah, so maybe they can easily find a way to get that early lead, carry that momentum. But I think if we get to late game fights, Faker brings in the package, you're going to have a bad time.
I think you might be right there. I think there's a little bit more cohesiveness on T1's side when it comes to this draft. So much on the line. Of course, if you lose this series, you lose 2 more games, you are out. There is no more playoffs. And D+ have an eclectic draft on their hands here. Very interested to see what Deft's keystone choice is going to be. We'll get a lot of ideas as to how it's going to be piloted based on that. But let's jump into game number 3. Thank you very much to Wolf and to Khan for leading the fan chants here as we jump into game number 3. One of these teams is going to walk out with match point after this game. Faker on the Corki. We're back to good old Corki Azir. We didn't mention it that much in the draft because you know, it's not exactly the most exciting.
No.
Is it? As far as matchups are concerned in the mid lane.
And we did see Corki earlier this season, played by Showmaker, who went the Shiv build, farmed up a Storm, and then was pretty useless.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if that pans out in a similar fashion, when we'll see the impact. That is the thing, you know, we were quite critical of D+'s comp, about the lack of cohesion, how struggle in the 5v5, but I do feel like they are going to have Showmaker once again looking to exert some early pressure on the Azir. They're going to have that Varus in the bot lane also finding some purchase, so I think that has to be the game plan. The Rel as well can make some really powerful early ganks work.
Yeah, and D+ have just been notorious of like making decisions that require them to be in the lead by a large margin early. They're just not afraid to put themselves in very precarious spots. It feels like they elect to walk a knife's edge. And that is once again what's happening. Gonna hold this wave. And Gumushi very comfortable here. We've seen these Xayah Maokai lanes quite a bit. And this one actually feels even better than some of the others that they've had available. So the first time that Deft isn't on the Kai'Sa in this game, working out.
Kellen just had a POG performance in the last game, but he has to be cautious here. Looking for the level 2 advantage, fantastic, but once Carrier gets that root, and Gumushi as well, very easy to layer the CC and just blow up the Rakan if Kellen ever goes into aggressive, so have to watch out for that.
Yeah, you can see D+ get control of the wave, and they are going to move up and try and stop Ona from taking this blue buff. Seen on that ward, really great positioning of the vision here for D+, to make sure that vertical jungling is not going to ensue.
This is interesting. Canyon could have gone for his opponent's blue buff, but wants the gank instead.
Yeah, he's going to flash forward, actually gets the crash down, and Faker's going to flash, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough first blood to Canyon, as Showmaker puts up a surprised Teemo, understandably so. Just pretty out of nowhere first blood.
Really nice play there, and the layering of the CC, fantastic. Canyon definitely practiced on the Rel. Now, this is Ona trying to contest this buff here.
Yeah, it does come on over. Doesn't find the wall. Canyon's still going to have to try and get out of there. Does manage to secure his blue buff as he remounts onto his pants, and he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, so the thing is, because Deft and Kellen walked up towards Canyon's jungle to help him out.
Oh, well, there's been a lot of this.
That even. This is the decider, right? First to 30.
The 59th Azir versus Corki.
Best of 59.
Oh, man. Incredible. Owner is going to win out this time. Does get the steadfast presence as Kellen's moving over. Showmaker's here as well, though, as he shifts the sands in, gets the flash out. Buckler going to hit the Rakan in the back of the head, but they'll take the summoner spell. Feeling good about the trade.
So a lot of aggression coming out from Ona here, but he's going to end up down in farm. The trade-off is, though, Ona has the scuttle here and the entire topside quadrant available for him to farm. So we'll see if Canyon's able to make his way in. But look, Ona decides, I'm going to help my mid laner push in the wave, and then we can move over to secure my jungle. But Showmaker's going for some heavy trick. Big has to watch out.
He really does. Another W comes out. Has to Valkyrie.
Okay. And the cannon's still alive, so Showmaker, if he trims the wave here, he might be able to hold it.
Okay, this is it's not great news, as Cannon will be able to collect himself a cannon and avoid being chained up.
Very weird passage of play.
Yeah.
T1 mid-jungle.
Faker looking a little bit less than comfortable on this Corki pick. Of course, we know the man has played over 70 unique champions throughout his career. Has played many games on Corki as well. Was often the Azir in the Azir Corki meta. As most people know, is one of his most played champions. We're going to have a look at this one more time as Canyon just decides that Faker's going to die right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that he knows that Faker doesn't have the Valkyrie. So if he flashes onto him, layers the CC, there's no way he escapes after that. One of the powers of the Azir is not just the fact that he's a strong laner, but also the mobility. Means that he can often provide threat onto your opponent. So solid start, good play there. Now Canyon looking bot. No flash makes it a little bit harder to pull off. Definitely still possible.
Not very healthy, but neither is Deft. Doesn't have that many piercing arrows in him. As all right, there's the flash forward from Kellen. Gets the flash out from Gumushi. Good reactions from the AD carry. Also offering a lot of damage back. But still, that is gank successful, I guess. You'll take the trade onto the Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, Rakan's got a lot more mobility, so his lack of flash isn't as much of an issue. but we'll have to see if either team manages to actually capitalize on those lack of summoners and punish it there.
Yeah, if they can get to the bottom lane before Gumiushi hits level 6, that is going to be very, very nice for D+.
Yeah, we still just have the cleanse, but I don't think it's too much of an issue. Ona now showing up bottom. This has been a very...
And there's the flash forward from Carrier. Deft is going to cleanse it immediately. They get the knock-up. Carrier's burning, and there's the hail of arrows. And they're just going to pick up the kill in the 2v2, I guess, because Ona didn't even have a chance to come in.
I'm not sure what the game plan is. It's so much harder for the Poppy to get in from that angle, you know, with it being
and he didn't have flash.
Yeah, I just don't know how you thought that was going to happen, especially because Deft had cleanse. You don't even trade flashes. You trade flash for cleanse, and you die.
Yeah. You mentioned that this series might get a bit messy, get a bit scrappy, and I think it's started to do that. It certainly has. As Ona is going to move on over, does find Canyon here, gets stabbed a little.
Yeah, have to respect the Poppy. The base damage has just mean you're not really winning 1v1, but I don't think Canyon's too bothered about that.
Nope. It is going to be a Rift Scuttler taken. Carrier moving down towards the bottom side as Zeus is very good at this this Aatrox. Kind of does have teleport, but so does Zeus. So going to have that teleport disadvantage most likely. Let's have a look at this replay once again. We'll see whether Ona is actually channeling Hex. No, he's not. Hasn't even had a chance to start channeling, right? It just feels like it was a little bit early.
The thing is, even if he's channeling Hex Flash, you'd have to get so deep into the lane to get a slam into the wall, or else you're just going to slam into the tower. You know?
I love the DK fans just look like, but why?
That's kind of how, that was my reaction when I saw that play. T1 on the Dragon. Securing an early one would be massive for them. When you're a Corki composition, you're obviously going to have that package leverage later. And a TP in from Zeus.
Deft finds a Chains of Corruption as Kellen trying to come forward. And there's the flash from Deft. Carrier gonna go down. Faker needs to flash away as well. But Gumiushi doing a lot of damage. Showmaker getting low as Zeus is flapping his wings. The crash down comes forward. Showmaker not gonna get taken out here as Deft is really dead. Really, really dead. And now D+ underneath their turret might be able to survive. So I believe a 1-for-1 in the end. And Zeus making great use of the teleport advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think without that TP, T1 just massively lose out there. And with the TP from Faker, they actually managed to cover the losses quite well. So T1 get the Dragon, they only lose one member and manage to trade it back. Goes pretty well, all things considered, because those low health bars looked very scary for a moment there.
They really did. Def goes back, does have his serrated Dirk now. Doesn't quite have his Mythic completed. We'll see what he decides to go with. He's been a Duskblade builder, but we have seen a lot of Ghost Blades as well for the added mobility. Can be useful. Yeah. Next Drake going to be a Cloud as Orcs. I'm going to need you to pay a little bit more attention than you were in the last game.
I'll do my best. It's also not a Shiv Rush Corki, so we haven't seen too much Corki so far, other than that one Showmaker game where he went to Shiv and it felt useless.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes me a bit happier that we're not seeing it again. I don't think Corki really needs extra wave clear, and you really want the either pen items or high AD items to get value out of your poke.
Well, Showmaker going to be saplinged momentarily. Wondering why the sapling was there, to be perfectly honest, because Carrier is in the bottom lane. But we've got a Infernal Chains that does sort of go through the floor just a little bit. Sometimes the topography of Summoner's Rift gets a bit confusing with some of these abilities, as Gumiushi takes a lot of damage from that piercing arrow. Deft, if he can land more of these, he does save himself from potential ganks as Faker in this mid lane. Feeling much better. Does have a CS advantage, actually, on this Corki, as there is the Nature's Grasp. Ona is moving in, and Deft not going to get CC'd. Ona deciding that he's not going to be able to go for this one. The wave a little bit too thin.
Deft has cleanse again, so I just don't see how that would pan out successfully. They have a lot of ways to reset aggro, and Poppy's very tanky, so if they could get the wave on the tower, sure. But just didn't seem realistic. Very quick slam down of the Herald. Normally we see junglers hold on to it for a bit longer, find a bit of window. They're just going to throw it down and try and get 2 plates here. I think Showmaker gets a Clawters, yeah. It'll be 2.
Yep.
So thinning out the mid tower. Obviously the goal with this is often you want to take that mid tier 1, especially against the Corki, where it's typically so difficult. So expect to see them prioritize the second Herald to try and finish that one off.
They're playing this one out very, very well on this Aatrox. Kind of below 50% health right now. See, this is where the advantage lies for T1. It's almost enough to be a a real advantage, honestly. Almost in the gold lead. There's still 400 behind as now Canyon's moving in. Canna just decides he wants to vacate. It's like they'll get the ultimate out. That will be enough for them, I guess. As Ona in the area, Canyon going to spot him out. As the Poppy going to get stunned up, Canyon has to be wary of these walls. As Canna dealing with Q after Q after Q.
Yeah, I mean, Canna's just getting blasted in the 1v1. And Ona's trying to fish for a dive. It's so risky with the Rel there, with how much CC. But she actually uses the crash down.
Dangerous. And there's the keeper's verdict. Cannon not going to be stunned as now Kellen diving forward. He needs to run though to try and pick this one up. Emperor's Divide is going to push Zeus under the turret. And now Showmaker trying to get the last few autos. Can they actually find it though? Zeus is still alive. Finally the auto comes through and now the Sand Soldiers are plowing in. The Magnet Storm gigantic. And Ona needing to run out of there. Their health bars are low, but D+ will wipe the floor with them.
Phenomenal target selection from Kellen there. Sees the Poppy W, doesn't commit, holds it, and then thinks I can take that Aatrox instead. And T1 overcommit there. The play from Ona made sense. Knock away Canyon, go for the Cassante, but doesn't quite find the stun. Just misses it out, and the extra damage you'd receive as well. So Canna survive, the TP in, the target selection from Kellen, and it looks like Zeus survives for a bit too long, but the problem is that baits in. Oh no, that baits in Carrier. They're like, oh, we can save him. No, you can't. And now you're going to get caught out as well.
Yeah, that crash down Magnet Storm, just the icing on the cake there from Canyon. Once again, I mean, I want to know the address of the hyperbolic time chamber that Kellen was in while Bible was playing. That's what I want to know. As these D+ Kia fans, maybe they had a bit of extra information. Because Kellen looking absolutely fantastic in this series.
He's been so good, honestly, and it's been, you know, laning was the big thing we said we felt like suffered when Bible was in, but Kellen's laning, I mean, it's been good, but that's not really been the focal point. These team fights and skirmishes on this Rakan, he's really excelled in.
And also, when D+ were playing well, when Doctor was on the roster last year, it was Kellen finding angles on Renata and things like this. As we've got another potential fight on our hands. Gumayushi gets over the wall into the back of the pit. Carrier now going to throw down the Nature's Grasp. Kellen comes through. There's the package from Faker. He's going to Valkyrie away as Def trying to get on over. Good flash comes through as it isn't the greatest engage from this Rakan. Canna is tanking them up and there's the all-out. They pull back Carrier and he's going to look to try and escape but not make it in. As, oh my goodness, Faker's going to get thrown into the falling apart Summoner's Rift. As we have an Elder Soul on our hands, but Showmaker still going to get taken down. Massive knockup, but there is the Magnet Storm as Canyon dives in. Somehow Canna stays alive. The grand exit from Kellen, and I think, in the end, D+ win out. Right? Kinda 2 for 1.
Yeah, I guess, but they lost the dragon. But also, that was just so scrappy, so back and forth. That was such a long team fight, but sometimes you get these long, drawn-out, slow-paced team fights. This was hectic, so this is fantastic. The ult from Carrier from one angle forces Showmaker adept into a choke. Big package and burst from Faker. But on the return, he has to flash the arrow. Kellen doesn't get the greatest knockup, but gets a good quickness. Then here, kind of drags the Maokai deeper into the team. Showmaker goes for the shuffle, but unfortunately, because the rift changes, Faker goes through into that new area, and he gets caught 1v1, and then here, again, just so scrappy. Ona playing aggressive. The ult from Canyon to turn it around, and look how low the health bars from all of D+. Had T1 off, just the lowest health bars.
Yeah, everyone. I mean, it was a bit of a shooting gallery for Def, but he couldn't quite get there, get that extra damage down. He has gone for that Duskblade yet again. Does give him a bit more teamfight potential, honestly. Like, if you do get down and dirty and a little bit closer to regular auto attack range and get a few of these kills, the Varus passive plus the fact that you're then a little bit untargetable does mean that you can line up a fair few things.
Also, make sure empowered Q, so potent because missing health damage as well.
Oh, Faker. Oh dear.
Nothing's amiss.
Oh, okay. Well, Kellen is going to find him then. That's a jump scare. Yeah, Crab Rave. Okay, well, Canyon is going to come on over and make sure that he secures that. I didn't actually quite catch who was in the brush there, but I think if it was anyone other than Kellen, maybe Faker is just instantly dead.
Yeah, I mean, he reacted very quickly, I will say. But yeah, probably a lot of the other people, there's not much you can do to react and outplay. Carrier on the Maokai, having a rough one. 0-4-1 so far.
Yeah.
Oh, and the poke is just coming through from Death. Also, Infernal Rift. means you have so much less. You know, I said in the previous game when there was the Ocean Rift, oh, this is great for Maokai. Finnle Rift,
There's no brushes.
for Maokai. There's
Yeah,
no
where
brushes.
are they? Oh dear. Sapling's not going to be in the best spot as Carrier is going to Twisted Advance to avoid the Q. Very nicely done.
I think
standing
also,
on a ward.
with how T1...
Okay, well, Faker Valkyrie forward and then decides against really fighting Showmaker here, who does get the Conqueror, and there's the ultimate. The 1v1, Faker is just going to try and vacate, takes his plane, and he wants to get out of here as Nature's Grasp coming through yet again. Now a re-engage onto just one here from Canyon, as it's a dead Zeus. Everyone just comes through, and the Keeper's verdict, it kind of is that D+ are winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, D+ are looking great. The gold lead isn't super significant, but they have the kill edge. But they need to start stacking up those dragons. If T1 get this third one, that is the comeback mechanic they can fish for. But right now, we said D+ needed to find a lead, needed to find momentum, and that is exactly what they've been able to do so far.
This has been great as well. After a bounce back in game number 1, right? Like, it was looking like something that we have seen from D+ many times before, right? Like, they lost to Breon in similar fashion after dominating the first game. They fall down in that second one, and then it's sort of a battle against themselves. But this is T1 going for an opportunistic move here, and Zeus kind of felt like he had Canyon on the ropes, but the rest of D+ actually turn up to defend.
Yeah, fantastic lockdown. And that's the big thing with this D+ composition, is you can just pick a target and just not let them move for a good 7-8 seconds. Not fun to play against, if I'm being honest, especially as an Aatrox who kind of needs that space to survive, needs a bit of time to ramp up the heal, and also has gone the Duskblade, which I do like that build, a lot of damage, but definitely squishier than if you'd gone the Goldring kit.
Yep. It's been a Zeus special. I think Kingen has really liked the Goldrinker Aatrox as well. I kind of like the Duskblade just because the new flavor of Aatrox feels a little bit more like he was buffed towards Duskblade play.
Yeah. Qs do so much damage, but you have to... You're more vulnerable.
Yeah. And Zeus was very good at playing around that. Was actually winning out in Renekton matchups, largely due to a lot of that. As Carrier will take a bit of damage, Bone Plating thankfully helping him out. Showmaker with his crown at the ready is kind of all right. And this is a game where Faker will have a bit of poke, but not that much and not that high range, as he's also in a bottom lane here with Canna turning up alongside Kellen. There is not a lot of damage between those two, as now Rift Herald will move its way towards this outer turret in mid. And the Drake is live. D+ are going to deal with that one first. That is going to be their first Infernal of a potential for this game, but they'll trade it for the outer turret in mid lane. See whether that's going to be worth it, because it can be very dangerous for poke compositions to lose control of the map. Showmaker comes in, we'll be able to deal with it. So, Zeus going to be moving on over, looking for this bottom lane wave. Faker just moves towards the top side. They are just trying to hoover up as much money as possible wherever they can get it.
Yeah, a big thing with Corki is your level 16 spike. Every point you put in the rockets not only increases the base damage, but also the AD ratio substantially. So getting him to 16 as soon as possible is important, and they're just trying to get farm onto this Corki.
Get a little bit ridiculous. Still, Canyon's going to be moving towards his top side. Faker is somewhat vulnerable, but not really. Does have Flash and Valkyrie as he is able to move forward. Oh,
he wants
not
that tower.
quite enough damage. As now Ona is going to find Canyon, but he gets stabbed. That is a great Steadfast Presence to make sure that Ona can get out of there.
I think as well, the Steadfast Presence procced his phase rush, so...
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Well, Canyon's still wanting more as he looks for Faker, gets another joust.
He has the CC, but not the damage, and he takes a lot in return there for trying to make that happen. And now, a very weird play where both AD carries are moving bot lane.
Yeah, and Gumayushi is kind of in a rough spot. Does get Hail of Arrowed, and they have this control ward here that is so powerful. Canna can find an angle, and he does do so, but Carrier is here. There is, oh no, the Bramble Smash is going to kill Gumayushi, and now Zeus is looking for death. Showmaker has made his way in, though, with his teleport, and Zeus, can you actually find it? Death trying to outplay, and he will get it. The Duskblade gonna proc, and it makes him look real cool, but it's Showmaker in the end that is able to wipe up the Aatrox.
But just a very strange passage of play.
Yeah, again.
Going behind the tower. I'd love to know what the communications were between that. He's just like, hey guys, watch this.
I don't know whether that's exactly how it goes, but I
well, he would
like
have said
it
it
if
in
it was.
Korean, obviously. But
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It does mean that the gold lead's not going to change. It's basically exactly the same, and we're still confused, pretty much, about how it's going. If you were wondering if you... And then Zeus.
He could have. I guess maybe he was worried if he went the other way, he's being collapsed on. So he's like, I'm gonna try to get the kill. But also, he was just like, I'm going in.
Yeah. No, he was pretty keen on doing that. Maybe
no,
T1
on KT.
It's like, I don't know. It's hard. If you look at the top of the screen, you're like 10-3. Wow, we're losing. Like that can be a thing. We know that T1 are absolutely fine when it comes to gold. They could just chill out, let this game do what it wants.
Yeah, plus if you look at where the goal lead is, it's mostly in the jungle, which is not somewhere you're super pressed about. D+.
This is a patented classic D+ Baron angle. Faker doesn't have teleport, but he does have package. They have full information. This is going down extraordinarily low. Keeper's Verdict comes down now as Ona tries to get in. The Baron is already taken though as the Nature's Grasp comes on through. Deft in the back of the pit, doesn't have flash. He is staying there or he is dead. As Gumayusi now taking a lot of damage into the back line. They go Emperor's Divide, but the Azir is still dead. And Deft is still there in the back of that Baron pit. He wants to take someone with him, but he's not going to be able to. Azir chasing out the remaining members of D+, and thank goodness they managed to get the Baron because they did not win the fight.
Yeah, and a lot of summoners burn as well. Flash from Kelling, Showmaker, and Canyon all down for that. 2 kills going down. I think it still ends up being worth it. Depends what you get with the Baron.
300 gold worth it so far.
Yeah.
Oh wait, 230.
But they still have the Baron buff for some members. So in some,
there are
also
3
been
Barons.
a lot of flash. I'm gonna say it was maybe worth it. We'll
maybe
look back
it's
on
another
it.
even situation and we still just don't know more.
But here's the thing, they go for this, they know that the TP is coming in from Zeus, they know the package is coming in. What I think would have been a phenomenal play would be if they just backed off the Baron as soon as they saw the package and TP were taken. And then you've got those for free, and when the Dragon comes up in a minute, you know you're not dealing with a package. I think that would have been a phenomenal play. But they end up committing fully for the Baron, and it does force them to pay somewhat. Probably at a discount, but they do pay somewhat. And now they're setting up for this Dragon in 20 seconds. Second of the game for D+ if they can get it. And T1 going to try and contest it. And Zeus has got Edge of Night. He's going full. I'm going to one-shot you.
He is quite lethal. You could say he's actually just copying Deft's build, or pretty much completely. As Zeus is going to get spotted out. Does have his Edge of Night broken. And D+ are now going to pull this Dragon out of the pit. Deft charging up the arrows, just looking for Gumayusi there, seeing whether that poke can connect. Owner in the area, looking like a bit of a 50-50 angle here as they have Soul Point on the go. As it is Showmaker that somehow locks down the Dragon, but now the fight is on. Kellen trying to dash out of here. Does have a theoretical angle, but it looks like T1 just going to back away, not push the issue. Kellen not going to be able to find that team fight that they were potentially looking for, but still, D+ now with 2 Drakes, evening out the Dragon count and getting double Infernal with a Lethality Varus and this Azir that does so much damage, it's scary.
Yeah, it's got to feel good for them. Zeus and Kellen, that's how I feel about this game in general, Kellen. Thank you for representing it.
Yeah, no, that's actually beautiful. I'm really glad that the
you know, we did say in the draft,
is there.
The top lane Rakan.
True.
It's being manifested.
And kind of like a little bit frustrated by the fact that he had to deal with being chained for a moment. Cassante will not be chained. And he then moves towards the bottom side, and Kanna is going to back away. Sorry, Zeus is going to back away. So in the 1v1, it's actually weird, because now that he's going for the lethality build, like, I kind of love the Thornmail.
Yeah, he is not going to do so well in the 1v1. I would feel like those Qs will hit, but he is extremely squishy. Considering we normally see like Duskblade Black Cleaver or Goredrinker Black Cleaver.
Like Goredrinker Black Cleaver would be great. Like Jace has like in the past moved to a Goredrinker build to mitigate this exact situation.
Yeah.
And Aatrox uses the Goredrinker way better. It's just a little bit puzzling. Of course, he's going to do way more damage if he ever gets on top of Showmaker and Deft, which is what he's going to be playing for. But
he just wants the 5-man Q3 flash one-shot.
I mean, you get that.
If you're making montages, this is the build.
Is he going Cyrilda's third?
Yeah. Wow. Well, there is a lot of arm in the enemy team.
Yeah,
but
I mean, they need that, but like it's just...
He's going for the montage clip, that's for real. That's the game plan.
Because like otherwise it would have been Goredrinker Black Cleaver and Sterix or GA or something like that, like an actual bruiser build. But this is like, I'm Zed.
Full one-shot.
Yeah.
He's making TikToks. That's his game plan.
Aha, I like it. I would watch. I do actually. Not on TikTok. I don't like TikTok.
No, I see
I'm
TikToks
a bit
posted
too much
somewhere
of a-
else, but have
Yeah.
like the TikTok overlay.
Exactly. I'm a bit too much of a boomer.
Especially like the over-edited league clips.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Really good, especially with the music.
In kind of like a satire but also kind of cool way.
Yeah.
It's like, am I watching this because...
It's like they try and make themselves look really, really cool whilst also being self-aware of the fact that it's not all that cool.
Yeah, which kind of... It just bridges the line flawlessly.
Yeah. And T1 have a gold lead. I just don't think it means anything at all, even remotely, in this game. I don't think like gold matters. I don't think this early game has really mattered. I think it comes down to who wins a specific team fight. It may not be the next one. It may not be the one after that, but every single one of them, it's going to be even chances for both teams. One of the teams will win the team fight, and maybe a Nexus will explode.
Yep, I think that's a pretty astute summary of the situation right now. It is really hard to sort of see what's going to happen. We can kind of think about what kind of needs to happen, and I think ultimately it kind of comes down to Faker getting a big impact with the package, and he's nearly level 16. And as I said, I'm pretty sure at level 11, you have a 45% AD ratio on your rockets. At level 16, it's 75%, and it doubles if you have a big one. So they are going to really start to hit, and we have Baron in 20, and Infernal in a minute 20. So if you can get level 16 before that point, he's already finished his Manamune. That would be the point where Faker can start to really threaten with some poke and be quite a menace.
Yeah.
There we go, level 16.
Nailed it. Showmaker going to get there as well, but they get there at exactly the same time. And the other thing to worry about is the fact that Gumayusi just does so much more as the game goes on in comparison to Deft, right?
Yeah.
Deft is like a 2-item spike type carry, right? He'll get a little bit stronger when Cyrilda's is built or whatever the next
But also,
next armor pen item that he goes for.
I was concerned a bit about the damage from D+, because I'm like, this Aatrox is going to be really hard to get. Not so much.
No.
Not so much anymore. And also the Maokai, they've been pretty good at killing him too. Even Ona doesn't have that much armor. So, you know, I think Deft's got some more time.
Yeah, clinging to relevance here. He might even get to 4 items and still be relevant with the amount of armor that T1 doesn't have at this point in time. It's why I kind of think that getting it to a 3-item build that doesn't have a Last Whisper item in it is actually kind of all right in the current game state. Oftentimes you'd like to have that there, but instead fits in yet another serrated Dirk item.
Yes, it's the Faker hit level 16, we start Baron strategy from T1.
I kind of love it. We'll see whether it actually works out, though. It is going to give us another team fight. Zeus looking for that angle. Canyon can dive on in. It's going to mitigate the Nature's Grasp as the Keeper's Verdict will make this one a messed up fight. And that is going to be the Baron that is secured by T1. Canna trying to dive forward. He does take down the Corki, but at what cost? As Zeus is looking for Showmaker now. Emperor's Divide is available, but he's still going to have to flash to get out of the way of this one. Zeus is just looking inevitable right now, but he just pops like a balloon. That's kind of what that build's going to do, but now Deft is getting closed in on. Emperor's Divide's going to push them away, and Deft somehow survives for so long, and now Gumayusi is taking matters into his own hands. What was that, Showmaker? He is still going to be able to go golden, but now slammed into the wall and will be taken down. It was almost extraordinary. But in the end, didn't quite work, and only Kellen and Deft walk away.
You know, it looked really cool. It didn't really achieve what he wanted it to.
Yeah.
But it looked pretty cool from Showmaker. T1 somehow managed to win out that one. And I think that fight really personified the series so far.
Right, yeah, I would agree.
It was a lot. And here, we see a situation where Canyon gets a pretty great engage. The problem is the package still exists. Hard to follow. And a fantastic verdict there coming out from the Poppy to knock away. Faker jumps on a Deft, he's just getting melted.
Yeah, the Gatling gun also doing so much damage even from stasis.
Yeah, and Canna does take out Faker, but he trades his full health bar for him at like 30%. And then we get this kind of wacky moment. Zeus build does that, and then this shuffle is fantastic from Showmaker to knock them away. Gumayusi with an awkward flash, then here, zips around to dodge the feathers. And I think he expected the feathers to hit him. So the stopwatch was a mistake. The dash was phenomenal, but didn't need a stopwatch. Could have killed Gumayusi, maybe survived longer. So a great play followed by a misplay from Showmaker results in a net positive for T1.
And now the Baron, let's see what this Baron power play is going to look like. We've got 4 minutes as well, as Infernal Drake was picked up from T1, so they'll get themselves towards Soul Point. something that they could have had on the cards a little while back. Wasn't the case because a couple of them went over to D+, but now it feels like the game has well and truly swung back as, oh my goodness. Gumishi just going to outrange the Chains of Corruption. Is now Canyon getting closed in on. Yeah, he's going to Magnet Storm, but he's still going to die. He's doing so much damage there as Faker as well. That level 16 that you were talking about, so dangerous for the Corki. The inner turret going to be taken down. And Kellen was on a flank, but there's nothing to flank anymore as Canyon was taken down. And so he's going to have to go back. He is going to be able to do so, keep his verdict channeled. He's going to cancel it. Now Kellen moves in and notices that his base is just being destroyed.
Just brutal at this point, and it's so hard. Yes, there's a lot of engage on D+, but so much disengage, so much peel. The Maokai, Poppy playing Bouncer, and it looks like Faker and Gumiushi just truly online, really starting to outstrip their opponents. And Canyon just gets caught out here. Once one hits, there's nothing you can do. You know, the W for the Poppy means you ain't escaping.
Yeah, not enough homework done either. That ward there spotting Canyon throughout that whole thing, so T1 could plan everything out.
Yeah, and Faker's starting to do an absurd amount of damage. If a big one hits, it will really hurt at this point of the game. At this point, we finally start to see a significant gold lead. It feels like the whole game has been within 1,000 gold, as the graph is perfectly timed to show.
Yeah.
Very back and forth for a while, and then suddenly T1 have finally taken control.
Kind of skyrocketing here as the Baron has worn off. It was a decent Baron power play, as you saw from that graph that we just saw. And Deft going to be able to take some popcorn chickens here. So the next fight probably going to be in 2 minutes' time on one of the neutral objectives. We might see a trade, but I don't think DK can afford to give an Infernal Soul to Xayah Corki Aatrox with full lethality. I just don't think that's happening.
I would agree heavily with that statement. I think it would be a terrible time if that was to happen, so we'll probably see them do their best to try and stop that.
Suboptimal maneuver. Showmaker now has the Void Staff as well as a needlessly large rod. When the Rabadon's Death Cap does come in, he's going to be very dangerous. He's still a ways away from that though as Gumiushi moves towards the top side. A lot of damage to be taken there as Showmaker has his crown popped, and it is going to mean the end of that inner turret. Kellen moving in. There are quite a few saplings in that rush.
I feel like the crown and the Jace doesn't feel as bad because you block a big shock blast, like nice, you know, that had a lot of value.
Yeah.
But into the Corki, he just fires so many rockets out, it just gets popped very quickly, and it's not even necessarily going to be a big one, you know?
Yeah, if you block a big one, it does feel all right. So if he blocks the next one, as Faker has a big one loaded up, then that's, you know, that's a possibility. But if it is one of just the little babies, it doesn't feel fantastic. Still, if it's going to kill you, it's good to block it anyway. Showmaker behind in items, which is kind of nutty. Like, Faker didn't have the greatest of early games. Things were looking weird in the mid lane and things like this. And, oh dear, Calvin's going to have to get out of there. And D+ do have a lot of vision in this bottom side river. They are indexed very heavily towards making sure that they can grab this Infernal Drake. It might mean giving up a Baron for it, though.
I think they'll take that trade. The Baron wouldn't feel good to give up, but if they lose the Dragon, I think it's just game over from there.
I would agree.
And that's the thing, you can always fight a team with Baron. You win the fight, Baron's gone, Soul's there, it's permanent.
I don't think you ever really manage to do very much to Faker if they get Infernal Soul. You're exactly right, as Faker is going to use the package here actually to get out of the way. Ona taking a lot of damage. Nature's Grasp comes in, and they tried to get on top of Ona, but it's Canyon that falls down. He is going to have to back away because he's very, very low. But there's only a few moments here for D+ to try and lock this one down, and they have no smite available now.
They have to fight.
Yeah, not a lot more. Kellen, he can be mitigated so well by Ona on this Poppy. The Rakan, it's so difficult for him. As D+, they know they can't give this up, and Zeus is looking for a flank angle. They just boop away the Rakan. There is the Infernal Soul. The knock-up onto Zeus is fantastic, and Jeff just explodes. T1, I think this might be just it. The last team fight as Carrier goes on a big old journey. Canna tries to look for an angle, but they find Showmaker. They take him down. There is no damage left remaining. And you can do as many Cassante things as you want, Canna. You are still going to lose your Nexus. And T1 will move to match point in the series.
Some phenomenal play there. The knock away on the Rakan with the ultimate so good. The package from Faker to dodge the engage. Some phenomenal moves from T1. A scrappy game, a very back and forth game, but in the end, T1 come out ahead 2-1 and 1 game away from winning out the series and getting to that coveted double elimination stage.
Yeah, the T1 chants come through here as they move to that match point, but I can imagine there is some heightened heart rates here in LoL Park because that was by no means a clean and concise T1 snowball victory. That was D+ being in a lot of control and then not finding the angles late game and getting corkied. It did not quite work out. And I think that playing for late game when you can make these type of calls that we saw in this game, I think it's a great idea. Faker rehydrating as they look on with a game buffer in this series. D+ gonna have to bring us to silver scrapes if they want to get any further in the playoffs. Remember, it's do or die here right now.
Yep, absolutely is. And again, this game felt so close, and it was about that point where they hit the level 16 for the Corki. T1 just said, okay, it's time. They kept it within a reasonable amount for the rest of the game. Those 2 early dragons gave them the buffer time, and then they just leveraged that advantage. And D+'s composition, you know, I wasn't too much of a fan of it early on, and it definitely felt like the later the game went, the more it started to fall off. The Varus just wasn't doing enough in the late game.
Yeah.
Azir couldn't single-handedly carry the damage for the team, and T1 coming in strong.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. And now it is time for us to go to a short break. The space will then break down game number 3, and we'll head towards T1's match point, see whether we can get some silver scrapes from D+. See you there.
바로 쏘고 바로 개피 바로 개피 나 보는 중나 바로 쪽 볼 수 있고 천천히 라칸 날렸어 뒤에 홍대 뒤에 홍 가봐 바루스 라카인이다 카인이야 바로 잡았고 아지르 공 있다 노공 아지르 봐봐 아지르 바텀 사건 라인 바텀 저 가인 있어 가보자 잡았나? 내 잡았어? 끝까지 그냥 해볼래? 끝나긴 해. 렐 나오긴 한다. 잘 쳐봐. 렐 노고야, 렐 노고. 그냥 마크 좀 들어가자.
losing. Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away.
This is all! 참 쉽죠? 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파.
Hey, we're back here for more space breakdown game. I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to think of this series actually. T1 leads, takes us to match point. Not in the most decisive way though, but I feel like it's been the theme of the day coming from both teams.
Yeah.
You go
first.
I'm sure you have a lot to
Just
say.
let it
I
out.
mean,
Let it out.
I didn't want to pull out this sentence anymore. Like, honestly, this point, draft doesn't matter.
No!
we reached the point actually that the draft doesn't matter.
And it doesn't matter so much.
It actually started from
brought back
game one.
a zero Corki, guys. Yay!
Yeah, we highlighted the Corki. I don't know why. I don't know why we did that. I forgot because the reality of this series and the reason why I think it's really stressful to watch if you're a fan of either of these two teams.
Oh my god, yeah.
Is that this feels like a game of solo queue. That's actually what it boils down to. And that's like, I think both teams have really had a lot of struggles with cohesion. And I think the level of mechanical play is still very high, as we saw in that objective fight right around after the Baron, where like Guma goes in and Showmaker gets all that. Mechanically, I think we're still watching great League of Legends. But I think it's very obvious that neither of these teams right now knows what their identity is and how they need to play out specific drafts, because it just boils down to who wins the one fight.
I find it a bit worrying. Go ahead, Winnie.
Yeah, I mean, as what you said, like it's just one Baron, one Elder, one Drake, one Five, one Pankish, 3 games in a row. This is like what we actually expected, like towards the for LCK playoff. Even though it's round 1, you know, we still want. It's a T1 against D+ Gia.
Yeah.
We want a little bit better quality.
We expect better, at least. We'll see if we get that indeed. A few positives, though, thinking about the draft, even though we said that it doesn't matter.
Xerath ban
the Xerath
was
ban
really
was
good.
smart. The Poppy pick was good as well. So good thinking here on this, on the way they want to approach the game, not the execution itself.
I'm glad we got a different approach. The one thing I didn't love was the Varus, because Deft has already been playing mainly lethality Varus, which just isn't that good. Unless you have like really specific setup, which they didn't have in this game. And I think a Deft with a pick with more agency would be better, but they also saw a lot of bans going his way. So I think in that way, T1 did set themselves up pretty well.
Before everything became messy, let's put it that way, I think early game was well executed on the side of D plus Kia when you think of the ward setup here and what allowed them to take the agency in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, D plus Kia actually put the ward on it, like on the right side and also left side as well of the wall. Like both ward actually got caught out like easily, and then they actually they were able to juke the ward at the same time. They caught where the Poppy route is, and they're about to invade the Poppy, and they use the ball prio exactly well, like how they need to be punishing. Like T1 starting early game like really poor.
And I think that has been a consistent theme and something that's one of the few things that D+ can rely on. I think their early games have been a little bit better, but that team fighting is worse, right? So you see that they kind of need to get into the mid game with either a comp or a lead, because the early game you're actually really well done. They have the 2 wards, they know exactly where the vision of T1 is, so Owner gets spotted as a result, and Deft and Kellen rotate over to ensure that the Poppy doesn't actually pick up the buff. And then this means that you also know where Owner is. So Owner has to go back, and Canyon, being aware of where the ward is, will then be able to path completely around it. And D+ actually set themselves up for a great early game here. And this is before everything goes completely crazy. But I think it's important to also highlight some of the decision-making here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to compare, but like if that happened to like either KT or Genji, they snowball the game really hard.
And that's the thing, and I'm really glad you mentioned it, because when it comes to these two teams and the caliber of these players and the expectations we have for this game, you expect more decisiveness on the side of either team, and the fact that none of them are able to snowball the lead that they build is kind of worrying for me for the rest of playoffs and who they're going to be end up facing off against next. But that's the story for later. I guess we'll see if they can correct this in Game 4. Thank you for bringing up the second highlight, because as we said, it's always going to come down to Baron today.
It's one play. It's the one play that's about to be made here by Owner. Him knocking away Callum, that's 2. That's it.
It's 3v5.
Right there. That's the play.
It's 3v5.
Faker capitalizes really well, gets on top of Deft, who's burning down here. In the end, Canyon isn't actually able to get the smite, about 600 health left on that. The Baron flip goes the way of T1, the play goes the way of T1, and then we get like this really cool, messy fight in the continuation, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron, even though T1 kind of a little bit, you know, kind of lost. I think I would say the D+ Kia, like after they lost the Baron, they equalized the member of the, after the Baron situations, they handled it really well. It was really close, like here, the Showmaker, if he didn't press the Zonya and it just auto a few times, like probably one more and then use the Zonya after, that would have been really great, but, you know.
Yeah.
It's close. Close fight.
It's close, and you see it in plays like this. Both teams make mistakes. Both teams are able to capitalize on mistakes they make. But I want to see cleaner macro. I want to see cleaner setups leading to this play.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting it today. I think because this is also what the teams have shown us. This shouldn't be a surprise, right? Given what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, I think it's just going to come down who is more clutch in these small mechanical moments. Whoever gets the flip, whoever wins the fight, is the team that's going to win the series.
All right, positive, again, POG reveal. It came down to who sets up the last play, and I feel like that's the case once again with Owner and Poppy here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's the same reason as the last game. He made a one.
It was the one Kellen play. That's why he got the votes.
When one Owner great play. I mean, thank God, like, at least I thought, like, Faker, there's maybe just a little chance that he might rob the Owner POG. But, I mean, still, like, this POG, it's a little, could be better. But I still, like, compared to, like, the Game 1 carry up POG, like, that's a little better, you know?
That's still the only POG where we felt really good about our, like, I think here you can reasonably give it to a number of other members as well. I think Faker, as mentioned, had a really rough early game, but then some of the mid game ended up working out.
Anyway. What do they mean by this?
Why is there a Lefelaby Aatrox vote? What?
Anyway.
Don't zoom in! I need answers!
Thank you, production, for this. We'll investigate on this one or not, maybe, but it's time for us to toss back to Caster for Game 4. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, astronauts, for the breakdown of that game, and thank you, media, for allowing us to all rethink how we conceptualize
I honestly would have
League of
loved to
Legends and
see
player
a
of the
whole
game.
death segment where they just discuss both the Carrier and Zeus POG votes from that game.
Yeah.
I'd love to see them break it down.
I kind of like it.
I think, especially I think Huni's reactions to that would be phenomenal.
I think I like the Faker votes as well because he looked pretty uncomfortable at the beginning of the game and then was a level 16 Corki at the end. And
that was the
rockety
most
stuff.
justifiable.
I liked it.
That was the most justifiable. But at one point Carrier was 0-4.
Yeah. Yeah.
0-4-1, not like 0-4 set, like 0-4-1.
Yeah. No, I do remember.
Stunning.
That. Yeah. I in fact watched the game. So D+, they are going to ban away the Poppy. And now they're back on blue side. We'll see whether we do just get a rerun of... Let's just go back to our homework from the previous two games.
Oh, actually,
first two games.
I have two of these written down already. Yeah, the Poppy Vi Nocturne. I mean, I think the Poppy ban, very warranted. Vi, potentially, Nocturne. I don't know if it's as warranted, but...
Yeah, we're all the way back. It's like we've forgotten that Game 1 didn't quite work out that well, but
Game 3 was an
2
anomaly.
worked.
Game 3 was an anomaly. Everything else is the same. Oh, no, they're going...
Oh, the
Zaya
Rakan pick away. There we go. Kind of like that.
The response, it's going to be a good 2v2, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. The one thing for T1, though, is that they cannot get both Maokai and Jace. One or the other.
I think Jace is just fine. Just, you know... pick Corki again, it'll be fine. Not worked out in the last game. I think the Rakan pick away is actually amazing.
That's cool. Go for neither of them.
Yeah, there we go. And then they just ban. Then they have to ban both.
Do we think it's going to be Edge of Night, Serelda's Dustblade?
No, I have a feeling someone probably pulled Zeus aside and said,
"Don't do that."
I think it's time to build at least more than one good item.
But he'll point to that moment at the final fight where he hit a sweet spot on Showmaker and did 850 damage, and it will go on.
And then they'll show him getting hit by a Chains of Corruption and instantly dying from full health.
I don't care about that. Did he win?
Well, I mean, that's actually...
There's your answer.
That's actually a very...
You can't argue with it.
Like, how many Nexuses did go down while he was playing Lethality?
I'm pretty sure that now means Edge of Night Aatrox is 100% win rate.
Yeah.
LCK, so that can't argue with stats. Jack's banned. I was thinking maybe with Rectum, but finally they're going to shove Showmaker off this Azir that he's kind of been running rampant on in the laning phase.
So now, I assume T1 are going to pick... Do they pick away the Yone? Like, because Showmaker can now... They can Yone Renekton with Sejuani.
I mean, they can, but I feel like what they'll do is T1 will take jungle on 4, and I think Yone blind is risky. So we'll see. I would assume they'll go jungle here, and they'll leave mid, which makes there'll be less of an ability to go for that Yone blind. I think that would be a risky one from D+, but we'll see. They've obviously done some pretty crazy stuff before. Jungle pool obviously targeted quite heavily. There's so many picks that have been played by both of these, and the Rel is still open and available.
Will be taken away. So Rel into Sejuani. A lot of facilitating to be done here as the Showmaker Rise? Blind into Faker. That would be a choice. See whether that is going to be the lock-in as the Jace up and available.
They can just pick it themselves. Yeah, I think that it's a lot more stable than taking the Yone. I think Yone is very matchup dependent, unless you're Zeka. That's the exception. He can pick it in anything. But most people, you want to go for the more stable Jace pick.
Yeah, is it Jace Rumble?
That would be pretty cool if Kanna's feeling confident.
Yeah, I don't know how the Rumble into Aatrox matchup goes these days. It might be all right. You do have the ability to...
I think lane would be pretty okay.
Yeah. This is a lot of physical damage to come through from D+.
I think what we've realized is that...
Doesn't matter,
It doesn't matter that much.
No.
I think if you're really heavy AP...
The last pick mid lane Kai'Sa.
That's surely not a thing. I say as he hovers it. That's, yeah.
That seems to make a little more sense in my brain. However, this series has gone to so many different places that I wouldn't have really batted an eyelid at that one. The fact that Kai'Sa made it to R5, kind of absurd, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
But the Annie going to be locked in here. Definitely a fiery theme, as it's only the Rel that doesn't have red in the portrait. And D+ look like they have a composition from a little while ago, with Aphelios back once again. I think as far as champions that do not spark joy, Aphelios is right at the top of the list for me at the moment.
He stains Zeri. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, I think D+, you know, we've seen a lot of T1's compositions be these kite back, heal, play for poke compositions. D+ are leaning into that now. Really strong front line, a hyper-scaling AD carry with a Enchanter support, and then Jace there for the poke. So they can maintain distance, phenomenal. But T1, they have 3 very solid forms of engage with an Aatrox to pair up with them. So I expect T1 to be playing this game pretty fast, pretty loose, going for those aggressive plays. Whereas on the side of D+, maybe a bit more restraint it's going to take from this game, which is something, you know, when it comes to the setups, the coordination, that is definitely something they've struggled with in this series.
I would agree. I also think that Faker is on something a lot more binary in that mid lane. It means he can now really call these team fights a lot more effectively. You know, turn on a dime, throw down a Tibbers, make sure that he has all of the control that he needs in order to get things done. And Showmaker, oftentimes he picks the Jace and I'm like, oh man, he's off to a 20 CS lead. It's going to be really difficult. But the last time we saw him, it was not the case. So we'll have to see an upgrade of performance here for D+ in a game that is right on the edge from them being eliminated from playoffs before they've even really started. Let's jump onto the Rift here for what could be the final game. An eruption here in Lowell Park as T1 fans are yelling at the top of their lungs.
You know what I just saw?
What did you see?
Someone on D+ was sporting a JDG MSI icon.
Ooh.
That's a little bit spicy.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
I like that because it makes them seem a little bit less like they could be tilted off the planet, which could be a thing after the lead they had in the last game.
You show those emotes at the start of the game, and they may have done that at the start of the series and just kind of stuck with it. Hard to say.
True.
If you see it pop up in the game, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal stuff, but yeah. Looks like a potential level 1 going to come out. Level 1 ward.
Yeah, there we go. There's the level 1.
Showmaker didn't level W to one-hit the ward. That would have been the play that I would have really respected.
I'm a little bit disappointed now. Maybe didn't want to stand near the Annie.
Maybe
potentially
was more
walked up
focused
and
on lane, and given that they know the location of the ward, killing it isn't that valuable. It's good, don't get me wrong, but it's like, you know, now they can play around it, like they did last game when they ganked Faker.
And so this Lulu, this is something that Lehens has been doing a fair bit of. Him and Aiming have been picking a fair bit of Lulu Aphelios, even now that it's sort of out of vogue, you could say.
Carrier went bone plating. You're not going to have a fun time there. I'm going to be real.
Well, Kellen is just going to... Oh man, that sidestep was slick. As Gumayusi's lit on fire quite early on in this one. Carrier taking a fair bit of damage as well.
Yeah, I actually love the early ignite because the quicker, you know, you say this a lot, Max.
Yeah.
The early, you get it back early.
Oh, baby.
And this is kind of why people are taking things like Lulu Aphelios into Zyra Khan, because you just get bullied out. And, you know, it's quite easy to outplay the Rakan. Unlike something like a Nautilus or a Leona, dodging the W very plausible. And you just get harassed hard, and once you hit level 6, you can actually use the Lulu ult to interrupt the Rakan W and stopping ever reaching your carry. So it is a good matchup. We obviously haven't seen many enchanters recently, but we see Deft and Kellen understand the objective, win lane and win lane hard.
Yeah. And you can see 4-0 on this Aatrox, one of those edge of night, full lethality, and still picked up a win. He is just very, very good at this champion, navigates the lane very effectively, can hit those Qs quite well.
Get a bit of a CS gap so far, though. You know, obviously Zeus wants to pick up this farm, but it's quite far down. But that's 20-4 in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's the CS gap that we're really focusing on.
If Canyon dives here, it's so over. But he's found Ona, so I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. Ona taking a bit of damage here and is going to be able to get the stab smite combo that Canyon will not be able to outsmite. So nicely done there. But look at this. There's concave of minions and a plate down at 3.5 minutes in the game. Canyon knows that isn't going to be able to have that one smited away. And so now gets the speed shrine and push away the Rel. A bit of a mounted battle here.
And as much as it'd be fantastic for Canyon to find a dive here, as long as you're preventing Ona from ganking, you're fine, right? Keep the 2v2 going, and you are hard winning. That is kind of the objective here coming out from Canyon, and it's a rough start for the bot lane. You know, we've praised, even when T1 was looking rough, Kerry and Gumayusi were challenging the 2v2s quite frequently, and now...
Whoa!
Oh,
man. Okay.
Not a good look.
No, not exactly fantastic here for the early laning phase. And we have seen that a lot of these Xayah Rakan lanes, they used to get punished a lot, right? When there were so many enchanters in the meta, it was difficult to play out the early laning phase as this Rakan. But it hasn't been the case, as now Keria has to walk his way out. Kellen takes a turret shot, and this cannon is gonna, like, at least Keria gets the experience. But when you're talking about that here at 4.5 minutes, you know that it's gonna be a rough time. Is this K'Sante gonna have to move out of the way as well? 2 plates! My gosh!
4-5 minutes. And here's the thing as well. You know, I kind of talked about how Rakan is a bit like Sorrow. Wait a second.
Yeah, we're going to see both junglers hanging out here. I was going to say mounted battle. One on a ball, one on pants. And Canyon is going to be able to grab the Gromp.
I was saying how Rakan got put in the meta by the massive buffs to his Q that gave him a ton of sustain. But you should actually treat it like you're playing against Soraka, where you focus on dodging the Qs, because if the Rakan lands it, all that poke, all the hard work's undone. And the thing is, Deft and Kellen were just not really allowing him to land them. And suddenly, all that sustain that kind of seems like a given in Rakan lanes suddenly isn't there. You know, you miss 2 or 3 Qs in the row, and suddenly your AD carry has to recall where you'd normally be able to survive it. So,
yeah.
Really fantastic play so far in the bot lane. 25 CS lead at 5.5 minutes, and that's ignoring the 2 plates. And so, we have a situation where Gumayusi has Doran's Blade Cull, and Deft has Doran's Blade BF Sword.
That is a much bigger sword, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a very big sword.
That's a big sword against, like, a little scythe.
Yeah.
Like a pocket-sized
a little sickle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a sickle is a little scythe.
I assume it is, yeah. But that's great for harvesting wheat. But this big old sword that Deft has, that is for doing medieval battle.
Well, technically, if the goal is farming, then you'd think harvesting wheat is better.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. So perhaps it's actually working out. And if Gumayusi Keria don't die, as Faker is going to put a bear on top of Showmaker. Showmaker not going to appreciate that too much. And Keria, once again, a beautiful sidestep does come through, this time from Deft. Kellen going to say thank you and throw down a Glitter Lance.
You know, and often you see early boots pickups in lanes against Rakan, because you can just run out of his W if you have enough movement speed. But the BF Sword really comes out of confidence from DK's bot lane. The fact that they want maximum damage available to win lane. It's not enough to survive. And again, this game means everything for D+. Obviously keeps them in the series, but both these teams would go to regionals if they lose this series. But D+ has significantly less championship points because they had a bad performance in spring as well. If they go out here, they will 100% be on the bottom side of the bracket against DRX, and that means they will have to win 2 series to make it a Worlds.
And they have to beat Beryl on his way to Worlds as a 6th place DRX, and I would not wish that upon my worst enemy.
Exactly. Whereas T1, even if they end up losing this series, there's still a pretty reasonable chance they could end up in the top side of the bracket, get that extra safety net. The difference is massive. And so D+ are in the deficit right now and really need this game to be going well.
We'll see whether they can get there, relying upon some silver scrapes, and Deft alongside Kellen with their gigantic CS lead that they have at this early stage of the game. There is a Q. All Out comes forward as well as Canyon wanting to wait for the flash to come in as Zeus is trying to end the world. They do manage to get the permafrost. There's the layering of CC, and there is no flash option here as first blood goes to Canna.
Really well played by Canna to set that one up. Obviously the follow-up from Canyon.
Shout out to Viper.
Great. With who they may be facing in the round, you know? But yeah, phenomenal play by Canada to set that one up. Leads straight into that Herald being secured. And this is just looking like a lane gap so far. Plate taken mid, 2 plate spot. kill top and the Herald. Everywhere is winning right now for D+.
And that kind of happened in the last game as well. And so I want to pose you the question. Orcs, does it actually mean anything for how this game is going to end? And be honest.
I'd love to say yes. I'd love to say, look, D+ ahead with this composition. You know, they're going to be in a fantastic position. But also, I've been watching this series, and I think at the end of the day, who really knows?
Yeah.
That's what we're here to find out. Will it mean anything? Or will it just end up being a big flip-flop? And we'll come down to Elder at like 45 minutes, and one of the teams will get it, and the other one will take their Nexus, or something like that.
Yeah, I think it might come down to something like that. This is the largest and most controlled advantage I think we've seen in any of the games. But D+ have been pretty reliably getting leads in this series, and they've only won one of the 3 games.
Yeah, and there's also so much engage on T1. It is very easy to punish mistakes from D+ if someone oversteps. You know, we have Carrier on the Rakan, pick with a lot more agency than the Maokai Braum we've seen from him in the last 2 games, where he was in the Braum game muted, in the Maokai game probably needs to be muted if he was on my team.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking like there's a lot of options for T1. They are looking to open up on the bot side of the map towards the Dragon. We're going to get a replay, and yeah, Kana just plays it well. Q3, ults him back, and then Zeus just has nowhere really to go. He tries to play into the brush to dodge away. That just means his death is guaranteed.
Yeah, and Canyon does flash for it in the end. Kind of going to give him the deft thumbs up. Shout out to his teammate there. Some red and white guns being picked up here for Deft. Slightly closing the gap is Gumushi here towards this bottom side. Down to 20 instead of 30. You know, you take your good things where you can find them. As kind of tanking up the turret momentarily, he's going to get infernally chained, but now kind of behind the turret. Going to be pretty happy with this situation. Has his Bramble Vest completed, as well as his Steel Caps. And Zeus will now just try and fight him, and maybe he can just win, as All Out is available. Kanner is going to try and dash to where he can actually escape as the Q3 comes down. Kanner is looking for it. He breaks the chains, finds a Q. Will he have another dash? Who will have the dash first? And the answer is Zeus, and he has a Q, and he's just going to get a solo.
Not really sure what Kanner was going for when he opted to take 2 tower hits into Proxy, but that is the end result. Zeus punishes him, and Showmaker?
Yeah, there is a Magnet Storm from Ona, but he's taking a lot of damage. Canyon doesn't have a lot, though, to offer as Tibbers trying to keep Shelly busy, and if this is no charge, it is no value, and it is going to be exactly that. Kellen turns up a little bit late. Deft still getting a lot of damage down onto this turret, so at least they will get plates there. But still, D+ showing some of those cracks that we've seen prior in this series.
And you know, you asked me a question just before this.
Yeah.
Max, I think you have your answer.
Yeah. I think I already had my answer, as Showmaker's going to miss Cannon.
I think deep down we all did.
Yeah. It was almost a rhetorical question. As Carrier is going to supervise, as this Dragon is going to be taken. The rest of his teammates not in the area. So that is going to be first Drake down. And Hextech going to be the second. No Cloud Soul. Maybe no Cloud Soul for the whole series if T1 win this game. Very sad as Zeus. We're going to have a look at it from his perspective.
Yeah, such an overcommit from Kana, and the thing is, he used all his abilities on the wave, so he has no way to escape, so he's like, you know what, let's just go in instead. And again, flips him closer to him. Just a misread, misplay, and Zeus did everything he could to punish it.
And did a fantastic job at that. He is building more lethality. We'll see how many lethality items. I think I'm actually completely all right with the Dustblade.
Dustblade's fine.
I think you can very comfortably just head towards a Black Cleaver after that. And keep yourself a little bit more relevant into some of the armor that will be built up by this Cassante. Didn't seem to matter that much, though, as he was still winning out in a lot of the trades in the last game. So we'll just have to see how it is going to go moving further forward. Kana, if he's just not silly, we won't have a situation like that again. Thankfully, he did have a kill buffer by being able to get that gank from Canyon.
Yeah, and there's still an advantage in terms of plates for D+, sorry. So they still have that edge, but the fact that the Herald got cancelled is pretty devastating, because not only would there have been a ton of gold going towards Showmaker, but also just thinning out that mid tower, allowing you to open it up, would be such an advantage. And really set up for the second Herald being quite a bit of power.
I do like this for D+, the fact that now you've got Deft on a legitimate carry, as Canner is going to eat some of the CC, but still Zeus throws so much damage into him. And it's like, yes, you're not going to get knocked up by the Qs, but you hold W, you just get hit by all the sweet spots,
Yeah,
and that feels real bad.
Yeah.
As Carrier is going to be found here by Kellen. Deft is going to turn up as well. They get the battle dance over the wall.
I love how all top lane, like most top lane matchups, are just absolute fistfights constantly.
Yep.
Like you get the other lanes, just like
or Natofo fights.
True, but it's like you throw a couple of skill shots at each other, hope for the best. It's whatever. But top lane is just like every time we pan up, it's like a fight to the death constantly.
No, absolutely, and it's all footsies and spacing, and if you overstep, then you can look very silly very quickly.
There's no downtime for top laners. You don't like here, you know. Faker's like, I don't want to take a shock blast. I'm gonna back away, give him the tower. Like, there's a lot of time, a lot of downtime where no one's actually hitting each other.
Yeah. That was first Star Blood, actually, so that is a fair bit of gold now going over to D+. As Carrier going to face check Canyon. He's going to find an Arctic Assault. Canyon actually holding onto the Glacial Prison, not wanting to use it onto Carrier here as Showmaker is teleported in. Gumayusi could be in trouble as they're diving forward. They just get the Feather Storm as Showmaker now going to get taken down so incredibly low. He is drilled in and Deft not able to offer any damage back. That's actually Zeus getting another kill. This could be gigantic as Canyon has to back away from the area. Faker, he's got a big stun prepared. And D+, I don't know whether they're going to be able to get this because Showmaker had only just teleported in.
Yeah, I think just give it up. I don't know what the game plan was there for Showmaker, but we saw the end result. Good punish from Gumayusi and the rest of T1, and they will get the second Herald as a reward. But I keep saying this, but it's just such a weird play.
Yeah.
Because you know that Gumayusi has Sums and Ultimate, and you have no flash, and you just decide to jump on him.
Yeah.
And I just have to wonder what he thought would happen in that situation.
It's one of those things that maybe we can ask him later on, once we get out of the series, but...
Maybe I'll lie in bed at night and ponder it.
Maybe. As Canyon, I thought that maybe he'd press his R button, but decides to hold onto it for the moment. Faker now trying to fight Showmaker here, as this time he's going to jump in and grab himself a kill. Might be able to get a bear at the same time, and so that is a kill onto Faker. Can T1 find themselves any angle for a objective trade? It looks like the answer is no, as we're going to have a look at this from Gumayushi's perspective.
It's like Shock Blast mids, misses. You know he has ult cleanse flash, and you just get way too close. And the thing is, you also lose flash from Deft as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it was good for credit to Gumayusi for getting the root, even though the ult feathers he sidestepped, he got the root anyway. Yeah, and this one is just, you know, Canyon's always very patient with his passive, stacks it up, gets the stun, layer the ult on it, so that you can't miss it, and also the extended CC duration. And more towers taken, so D+, it definitely feels like the lane edge is still there. They are pushing advantages, but they've just said, you know what, you guys can have Dragon.
Yeah, they are just sacrificing that sort of area of the map. As Canyon, he just has an idea that someone is up here in the brush. He's going to start channeling the back. You can see T1, they're going to grab themselves a dragon. But is Faker going to get dove? The answer is maybe. There are just people standing here. And now Showmaker is going to come up and catch the wave, I guess. Or they're going to wait and see whether Faker is going to stay. And
oh, no.
He cancels the back. And then decides, wait a second, perhaps I shouldn't have. We've been sitting up here for quite some time, have we not? And T1 have now got themselves a dragon off the back of it.
Yep,
very nicely done.
Mountain Soul as well, which is pretty valuable for both teams. Obviously for the side of D+, a lot of tanks to give those resistances. Whereas for T1, you know, I feel like that extra shield would help out when you have a full lethality Aatrox. We've seen it again, tonight.
Yeah, no, he's doing it.
Wasn't a one-time thing.
This is just what he has discovered is the greatest build.
I think the thing is, if you change your build in this game, that would be admitting there's a fault with it.
No, exactly. And what's the win rate?
100%.
Exactly.
I have, you know, to date, I have never seen Edge of Night Duskblade Aatrox with Serelda's third lose a game in the LCK. So I can't find fault with that argument.
You can't fight stats.
Yeah.
You know? I think...
I have tried before.
Yeah. No, me too. I sometimes predict not based on all of the stats. And look, I would be burnt.
To be fair, I do a lot of my predictions of what I like to call the vibe check.
Yeah. I think that's a great way to do it. I call it my waters. As Owner is going to wander towards Canyon, who is kind of by himself. There is a Showmaker in the area. They take down the outer turret in mid lane, though. And T1 are just kind of taking D+'s stuff, and D+ are like, oh, please don't do that. And then not really being able to do very much.
They've been playing through the sides quite well. You know, Showmaker's been having a lot of presence. Chipped down that tier 2 in the bot lane. But it hasn't felt nearly as explosive or messy as the previous games, which it kind of feels like, you know, when you come to the later end of the series, D+ being one game away from being knocked out, T1 one game away from winning, it feels like maybe the pressure's getting to the players a bit and they're taking things a bit more reserved, a bit more slow, because those first 3 games were a bit manic.
Yes, I would agree. I do think that it benefits D+ a lot more in this game than it did in the one prior, right? If you've got a Lethality Varus, you can feel that pressure from the moment you load onto the Rift, right? Because you have a use-by date. And it felt very early in the last game, especially when there was something like a Corki on the other side. This is a little bit different because Aphelios needs lots of items. Wow, Canyon gonna find the gap onto Gumayusi there. But he had cleanse and didn't even need to use it because it was a full turret.
That was one of those moments where it's like, Canyon's just shown what he could do.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
hey, look at this. Anytime. You know, he's getting Gumayusi a little bit nervous. Fishing for summoners, but under the tower there, I just think the chance of him burning any was pretty much 0.
Yep. And, you know, some people would have gone for the cleanse just in case, but not Gumayusi. Keeps his wits about him. It's Canyon going to get away from Zeus, and will do so just fine. T1 lurking towards the top side. I like that D+ do play defensively. As Deft will take down the Wolf Camp. And he is very close to 2 items. And that will mean that the Aphelios will be pretty strong. It does need to be a bit accelerated for us to get those 200 years moments. And you can see farming, like, he's 40 CS ahead of the clock, probably, you know, about 12 CS per minute right now.
He must have
doing very well
on base right now, because he must be sitting on so much gold.
That's Kraken on base, probably?
Yeah.
At least.
He's got a fair bit of money in pocket. Got a Lulu to back him up, and I think that's the thing. He's ahead of the curve thanks to the plates, thanks to the CS he's picked up, but with the Lulu as well, it really helps to bolster. And that is going to be the aim of the game for T1. Can you get on top of Depth? Can you blow him up? Can you get on top of Showmaker? So the answer is no, you're not going to have a good time.
And they do have a lot of avenues to try and get there. We saw Magnet Storms from Owner have been fantastic. Magnet Storm, after that pull-in happens, and then layer that with the Tibbers can be a great combination, especially when you've got a Feather Storm on top of that, and you can use that offensively. But like you say, D+ has a composition that can front to back. They also can pick very effectively if you do manage to catch someone out with your Sejuani. And then you can make this more combination-style team fight from T1 quite difficult. Now looking to siege here is Deft, standing in the front line, needing to get autos onto this turret, but Zeus gets the bottom outer. And while D+ are kind of K-ramming, Zeus kind of left.
To his own devices, yeah. And he's been picking up quite a lot of farm, but a pretty substantial lead over his opponent, but it just feels like D+ are so focused. Like, we want that mid-tier 1, and we want the dragon, and they're really committing, trying to make the play happen, but Carrier now has a flank. And honestly, the ward gives it away.
Yeah, he walked over a lot of vision, actually, getting over there. As Carrier now walking towards this control ward. Canna moving forward as well. Does find Carrier as he dashes forward, but Carrier is going to be able to keep himself safe with a battle dance over the wall. Owner taking a little bit of poke as Deft really wanting to get autos on this turret if he can find them.
So risky though against this T1 comp. There's so much engage. Oh, Carrier.
Yeah, he's going to get dove on once again. He's desperately looking for these flanks as he battle dances. Has the extended range, and that shock blast fantastic here from Showmaker. That is going to force the back, and it might mean that the Drake now does belong to D+. Zeus just moving towards his bottom lane to make sure that D+ are going to pay for it if they do take this. And will be able to.
I don't think T1 can contest this now. You can see even Kellen is recalling. He's like, yep, show's over, we're good. And I think that's the correct call. I don't think T1 are going to be able to move in. Zeus is in the vicinity. But suddenly they're like, wait, we're against T1.
Yeah.
What are they just Baron?
Where's the Baron angle? Well, they are moving over towards it. You can see Vision being cleared out. And it is going to be at least a Rift Scuttler. The Baron gets a little bit frustrated, and they do get a teleport out of D+. And I don't know whether they have. Of course they have. It's T1. They've started the Baron. And now Faker and Carrier off on a flank angle. Yep. They're going to move out of the pit, though. As you can see, Canna is not going to be infernally chained. And DK, with this move towards the Baron pit, they will be guaranteed this outer turret. I don't think Zeus is going to be enough to defend, and he understands that as well. So, D+ kind of layering the advantages that they pick up from this situation. A better look here for the squad.
And learning a lesson, you know, against T1, if you don't see them on Vision, then you either know they're on Baron, or you don't know they're on Baron, but they are still on it. Is basically the answer to the situation. They've learned that they are going to be on it. They forced them off, they got the Dragon, ticked all the boxes, and as much as that gold lead hasn't really expanded much more, there's so much gold on Deft right now. I think really it's only 1,000 lead between them, but I think between the top laners alone, Zeus probably has maybe like 1,000, 1,500 advantage. So
yeah,
the rest of D+ is their advantage is offset by that when it comes to the total gold.
And Deft is even taking jungle camps away from Canyon as well. Like there is there's a lot that's going on here as far as making sure that Deft can just hard carry this game. So much is going to be on just the bottom lane, right? Deft and Kellen. I think the polymorphs are going to be very important. But I also think that Deft's positioning, and if they have to use too many defensive tools onto him to keep him alive and allow him to carry, that's where things could get dicey.
Yeah, also the wild growth. You know, you can interrupt Ricard W with it. You can interrupt the crash down from the Rel with it. A lot of value can be had if it's timed correctly. So, looking to see what Kellen can do when it comes to these team fights, but we haven't had too many. It's been a bit of a slow going on this one. Both teams just kind of leaning into the picking up gold as much as possible for their carries.
Yep. Showmaker now just clearing waves with Shock Blasts, wants to play defensively with the fact that Ona is lurking towards this top side. Of course, this is the last remaining outer turret. Makes sense that T1 would have that one in their sights. Deft now red-white guns, the two that were nerfed on this patch. Or two of the ones that were nerfed. Of course, Graviton was a little bit as well. Not going to be slowing for quite as much.
I think it'll still do the job, but yeah, a little bit weaker.
I feel like the Graviton nerf is the least noticeable.
Yeah.
Just it was the item nerfs prior that were the big problem.
And of course,
D+ are just going to start this one up. They do have a lot of damage available. There are some decent guns as well for doing damage to Baron and for team fighting, as a teleport is going to be picked up here. In fact, two of them. As T1 get Faker in there, and the Aatrox was teleporting as well, but he didn't turn up in exactly the same position.
This is so good, though. This is showing growth. They don't try and finish the Baron. They get the TPs, and they're like, this is all we wanted. This is what I was hoping for from D+. They're learning.
Yeah, and now Zeus is going back. I think might get spotted. Yeah, is found by Showmaker, who finds a little position to break the chain. And he's now looking. He wants to stop Zeus from backing, allow the rest of his team to get more positional advantage on this map. Also able to get towards the bottom lane full of minions. Red dot syndrome is certainly a big thing. Sees those red dots, wants to hoover them up.
Yep. And I think at this point, we're starting to think about the Dragon in a minute 25. Would be soul point for D+, and those resistances would start to be really significant, stacking up pretty nicely. Even for the squishier members, you can start to get really high levels of armor, especially if Deft ends up with a GA. And with the shielding from the Lulu, it ends up even higher value. So D+ definitely got their sights on that. And I feel like this is kind of the point where it's just going to come down to an explosive team fight in the next minute.
Yep. Carrier walking towards that control ward as Deft is going to go home and does have Kellen there to aid him with a bit of a whimsy shield. Make sure that no interruptions do come through Canyon. Going to find Ona, or has Ona found Canyon? Arctic Assault gets Canyon out of there, and Ona is going to lose Canyon. Doesn't want to exactly crash down into the dark. It seems like a dangerous move. Deft
a little bit
moving back in, and I really like this. He had a BF sword, and I was like, does that mean third item Bloodthirster? That doesn't feel great. Instead, he goes back and actually completes the last Whisper. I think identifying something similar to what you were just thinking about, with the fact that armor can start getting stacked up.
Yeah. Especially Ona's going to feel a fair bit bulkier now, but still, it's the squishy build for Zeus, and he's just finished the Sereldas, so he is very one-hittable, but he will also do obscene damage.
To be one hit or to one hit, that is the question.
I think, honestly, It's a pretty Giga Chat approach.
I would agree.
With how you play this champion.
Would you say that it's Morgan approved?
I could totally see Morgan doing this.
Yeah. I could see him saying that it's a good move. As D+ are gonna... Oh, that's a lot of damage onto a priority target here as Canna is not gonna waste any time. They get a Featherstorm already. It's angled pretty nicely here, but now Zeus realizes that he cannot stay in this Baron pit. And T1 losing all of this damage on their main carry is going to give D+ an opportunity to head over towards the Baron themselves. Carrier looking for that flank angle, and Faker is still there. Flash, Tibbers, both available. Canyon needs to be careful with his positioning also as D+, they have a feeling that Carrier is lurking over the wall. The control ward going to spot him out as now Zeus wanting to get back into the fight once again. DK, they back away. Moonlight Vigil clips Faker right on the edge and they grab the seat. Oh, Canyon not able to get an owner. Locks down the Baron, but can D+ find the fight? The Aphelios already taken out and T1! Oh, it's the lethality on this Aatrox, and he decided he's not going to get one shot. He is one-shotting them.
Manages to get the Baron with the smite from Owner, but on top of that, they crush all of D+. The engage comes in, the momentum comes in. They might actually just end.
This might just be the end of the game. You're exactly right.
Seconds with Baron, only Kellen to defend. Looks like they're hesitating on it. Carry up to the recall. Looks like they're not going to look at the eye. Would have been cut it close, but they think they don't need to end the game right now. They'll take the inhib, probably reset and head over to the Dragon, but man, D+ get decimated in that fight.
5-1-1 on Zeus's triple lethality Aatrox. Well, sort of triple lethality with the Cyrildas coming in as the third item.
Win rate, you know?
Yeah, I know, and I can see why.
And Death, Gale Force is in here, and then the clutch flash ult from Faker onto both the carries, layered with all that CC. So yeah, Zeus cleaned up the fight. Faker, he's back.
Faker, Carrier, both of them together. The flash grand entrance to make sure that they can get the quickness on top. Oh man, really nicely played here by T1. They'll also be able to even out these Dragons. And that Baron power play is looking much better than their first one in the previous game. And it's another game where D+ find themselves some great advantages, and then something goes wrong.
And it feels like so many of these games have come down to one big play. One moment where someone has made an engage or an aggressive play that has just decided the entire game.
This is reminiscent of the previous gold graph, is it not?
Very much so. And it feels like it's a similar thing. Just that one moment, that one opportunity where you manage to catch someone out of position. It's coming down to these objectives. It was kind of what Chronicler was saying on the desk, is that it's not really actually about the objectives themselves. It's about the fight for the objective.
Yeah.
And whichever team can come out ahead on that.
Doesn't matter whether you kill the Dragon or the Baron or whatever it is. It's about how many of the champions that you manage to destroy. As Deft can pop minion waves very effectively. Does have Lord Doms now completed as Carrier looks for Canyon. Canyon's just going to be able to sidestep the grand entrance. But these shock blasts aren't really landing for very much damage. And yes, D+, they can clear out waves in the mid lane and the bottom lane. But the top wave has already sort of been taken care of here by T1, and they can start suffocating D+ out of their own jungle. You can see the gold lead, or the Baron power play, sorry, still to the tune of about 5,000. And of course, you know, it's not over until the Nexus explodes, but it's feeling closer and closer to that here for T1.
Yeah, it's got a lot harder. The thing is, you know, you have so much engage threat from T1. You have the Xayah, who's obviously a threat in her own right, but this Aatrox has just picked up a GA and is just doing absurd damage.
Yeah.
I just don't know what, like, I feel like it's going to take so much effort from D+ to kill the Aatrox, and you just don't have time in team fights. When they're all engaging on you, like, D+ need to peel phenomenally, and I honestly think, like, Cannon needs to, like, drag someone away, like the Aatrox, into an isolated 1v1. Then he probably loses, but at least he's not there to kill your team.
Yeah, Owner is almost able to steal away that Rift Scuttler. I think D+ have one more team fight. I think there's one more team fight that they do have a chance of winning. I think they will need to outplay given the amount of money that T1 have just picked up and the amount of map control that they'll have. But I think there is one more opportunity. I think if it's lost by D+ though, I don't really see too many opportunities to get back into this one.
Next fight lost, T1 probably just end.
Yeah, true. So we won't have to wait very long.
Nope.
It still might be a true fact.
And now, here's the thing, like, it felt like the game was so even in terms of map control. Both teams pushing up to around the middle point of the map, contesting back and forth in the river. And now it just feels like D+ can barely leave their own base.
Yeah.
And T1 are just taking over and choking them out. You see them now leaning towards bot. Faker and Gumishi there, and Showmaker has to respect Yanni.
And now Keria able to move around in between these turrets very effectively, just occupy the enemy jungle, as Canyon really wanting to try and brute force his way in to get any semblance of control, and just get a couple of autos into that control ward. Canna does have his Gargoyle Stone Plate completed, is actually pretty valuable in some of these team fights, and Def does do a lot of damage. But Zeus is just going to park a massive minion wave with 2 supers on these Nexus turrets. Def is going to be distracted. Not exactly the greatest of coordination, but the next time a big wave like that comes in, this turret is dead unless they're going to cut it off at the pass.
And they're doing what they can just to hold on, but the problem is there's another Baron in 40 seconds. There's another Dragon in a minute, and you haven't left your base in probably the last 3 minutes, maybe. And if you look at the map, there's one ward that's about to time out in mid.
Hey, there's a control ward in top tribal.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's what you're working with right now. Oh, you do have, I think that's a blue ward in top lane brush, which is helpful to no one, but it is there. Oh, there's a new ward.
Beautiful.
You know,
started repairing, and is providing vision of Zeus.
Exactly. And now they're aggressively pushing in.
That is a Glacial Prison. They do manage to get the cleanse out of Gumiushu, who takes a lot of damage. The flash comes out as Tibbers into the back line, and explode goes the Lulu. But thankfully it's not Def, but he has to deal with Zeus, who just blows him up. My god, the damage of this Aatrox is absurd. Showmaker tries to use his hammer to get rid of him, but the Infernal Chains come down, and it's a double once again. I think Zeus might get a POG for this particular game, as it's looking a little bit like a 3-1 for T1 as they take down the inhibitor, they'll take down the Nexus turrets, and they are moving on in the playoffs. Could even be a telecom war for the next round as well. Congratulations to T1, feeling a little bit like a rags to riches story.
Despite being the lowest seed, you can see all the analysts had it on their mind that T1 would come in with Faker looking in better form. And it was not a flawless series.
No!
It was not a series where we say, hey, this is the T1 from spring, but definitely looking like they're on their way towards that and improving from what we saw. Even in the last week when they had Faker back, this is a better look than that, I would say. And D+, once again, struggling to make it past that round 1.
And it's also looking like a T1 that look happier with each other as well. Like, it looks like they have, you know, I think they've turned a corner with how a lot of the mentality has been. As Zeus going to show us that lightning bolt. Man, it was pretty infernal today. And we weren't, you know, we didn't really love the lethality, full lethality Aatrox, but now it's 2-0.
What do you mean? We praised it. We said it was a 100% win rate.
No, we said that, but that's stating a fact. That is not giving an opinion. I think that those are different things. I was told by Papa Smithy a while ago in my career. I thought that the same way as you previously.
I think the way I view lethality Aatrox is when it looks good, it looks great. When it looks bad, it doesn't look great.
I don't know what that looks like. I've never seen that. I don't know whether that exists. That only exists when lethality Aatrox doesn't look good, and I've seen it. And I haven't seen it.
There you go.
Apart from my solo queue games, but that's very, very different. I've seen all sorts of things not work.
Someone's going to play it now. More people will be inspired.
I know. It's going to be beautiful. And we did see, like, of course, Kingen, pretty well known for Aatrox. He is a gore drinker guy. Keen, also a bit of a gore drinker guy. It's Zeus that really has adopted the lethality build. And I'm going to stop judging it. I reckon it's absolutely fantastic. Last one out is going to be Zeus, making sure that everything is in order.
Now, they're going through the next round, and it's KT's choice who to go up against. And I feel like, logically, you wouldn't want to play against Hunlife Esports. But also, you're kind of like, do you really want to play against T1?
I think, yeah, I imagine you just go down the standings and you select a team.
That does sound safer.
To be perfectly honest, judging by the play from today and yesterday, I think KT probably wins.
I would agree.
But that's if they don't join them in the chaos that we have seen exuded in these playoffs so far.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to see what they end up going with in terms of their decision. Obviously, Honor Life Esports looked pretty good for first 2 games against DRX, but third game was messy, and it's not exactly a super hard opponent. But in this game, Zeus just kind of showing the difference between him and the player who he replaced. Not a great performance from Kana on this one. Just got caught out here, and ultimately, when it came to the team fights, the Aatrox was on fire.
He was absolutely massive, and this was Showmaker, where you illustrated, dove forward, didn't really have too many options, gets flashed on by the rest of the team, and also Deft getting caught up, doesn't have the flash for the next team fight, and results in...
This was a big one for me.
Yeah.
This was the game-winning play. The Tibbers onto both carries, and it's phenomenal from T1, but it's also, you can't have that happen from D+. Both carries in that CC combo, and T1 just immediately pounced on top of it. Zeus is there for the cleanup, but it was really Faker, it was Carrier, and it was Ona who managed to catch them out. And here, once again, a bit of a weird play from Canyon. And then Faker once again finds an angle.
My goodness, and Carrier just dashing around. Of course, I think Rakan has been kind of the champion of the week. The last 2 series, I think Rakan has been extraordinarily powerful, and this is the first game that Carrier gets his hands on it. They're down 30 CS in the laning phase. Wasn't enough for D+ to actually find a victory.
And that's the thing, is we kind of actually saw this in spring when D+ played Honor Life Esports, and they were still in the like poke Varus and Heimer sort of line of thinking, whereas Honor Life were just playing like Zeri. And a similar thing happened where they won lane, and then it came to team fights, and the Ricard on the other side would just engage, and Zeri would 1v9. And it kind of feels a similar theme where winning lane doesn't mean as much as it did in the start of spring, and it is a lot more about just those team fights. This series was defined by team fights, and I think T1 ultimately showed they could deliver better, especially with these comps.
Yeah, definitely T1 the deserving team in this one. I think Zeus as well deserving some respect on his Aatrox. It's been the second series where it's looked like, wow, this just shouldn't be allowed. It just shouldn't be allowed to be given to him. I think that one's going to have to be looked at in the ban phase, and I think that D+ came in with a game plan as far as these bans that were all aimed against Ona. We did see a Poppy work out very well, but otherwise, I think something could have been adapted.
Yeah, it just felt like, okay, ban all these junglers and pick Sejuani for Canyon pretty much every game. He was like only tanks for Canyon, and then they went the Sejuani game 1 with an Nectar, and like, we're going to punish top, and then they just started going Sejuani, Cassante to not punish top.
Didn't quite work out, but it's now time to hear from the space and what they thought about this series, and T1 advancing.
Yeah, it was a messy series, that's for sure. But in the end, T1 advances here, most likely against KT. I think if you're a KT roster here, you want to face T1 instead of Honor Life Esports. But we'll touch on that a bit later. First things first, guys, draft. What did we think of this one and how both these compositions are supposed to play again into each other?
So I thought draft mattered because of the Aphelios Lulu.
It mattered until like 15 minutes.
Yeah. So the early game actually really well played here, and I actually like the answer. I don't think Aphelios Lulu is that great of a lane. Definitely shouldn't blind anymore, but we did see that they were able to generate sufficient leads very early on, get depth really far ahead. The problem is obviously, as the cast mentioned, the fact that Aatrox comes through and the Cassante counterpick, just another one in a row of not so successful ones.
Yeah, I mean, it's no good. Like, especially like overall, like kinda like today.
Ignite Rumble.
Like, I might as well. Like, or it's just like you gotta pick like something that like you have to like. It's the same thing like as we said it like the first game like. The Renekton Sash, like against Aatrox, you have to take it down on all the game. Like otherwise, there's no point of playing. Like even this game, like you have to play either Rumble, GP. Like there's something that you have to take down the Aatrox. Otherwise, it's gonna be like this. The potential of the Aatrox bringing in the team fight.
Yeah, because
it's way too huge.
I really want to highlight the buffs that made Aatrox as strong as he is now are scaling buffs. Like his early game is still not that good, so you should be able to punish him there. Because if you don't. If the player is good at it, and obviously at this point, Zeus is very obviously not allowed to have this champion, you're going to completely take over a game. So I also think that D+ again had the game in their hands, and they've just They're just not able to actually close it out.
Well, let's reflect on how the game went for them and what was the defining moment of the game, as it was, again, a Baron, I would feel. But yeah, talk me through this play and then we'll rewind and talk about what they did good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the whole series is started from the burger flip on the Baron, and it ends with the burger flip on the Baron, actually. So it is what it is. You know, like, I think they got great composition with the Aatrox, who can actually just come late and then just kill everyone. And also this Zeus, by the way, this is a 28-minute, and he has a CSD, it's like 80 CSD. He's so huge. He actually just not even building Blood Cleaver. He just straight up builds Sheralda into Edge of Night, Duskblade, because he wants to carry.
And I think the only consistent, as now, you know, series done, T1 3-1, I think that as has been highlighted, the early game for D+ was mostly better, but they were not able to convert any of their leads into anything. And the one constant was that in every single game, I think even the game last one, right, where we saw that Zeus kind of struggled with KDA and was getting blowed up a bit, I think Zeus was the better top. And it was the only lane where I felt like every single series or every single game in the series, he was just better. Right, because like Guma had a game, the Xayah game that was really rough where he got caught. Obviously, Carry had a really good one, but then we had Kellen in the next one, and then the Braum game was kind of rough. Mid, I don't think either player looked really convincing today, unfortunately, which, again, we know both these players are dealing with a lot of stuff, and I think it makes sense. I don't want to go in too hard, but Zeus, to me, was kind of the shining example on T1 here today.
Yeah, so let's keep the game completely and focus on T1's performance, because, of course, advancing to the next round, they want to look more solid. And would you be satisfied with what they did today, Huni? Being on T1, what are the learnings from this series, and what do you want to make better?
I mean, honestly, if I'm KT, like, I'm happy. I know who to choose. I know it's a really clear direction where to go. But the thing is, like, it's the same thing. Like, the T1, if they play like this, like, not solely, not able to generate only lead. Like, I know that they have a great player like Zeus, like anyone can actually do that. The ceiling is really high, the potential is great, everything is there, but the thing is, like, it just have to be shown more, like, actually is it possible to against the KT, but, you know, it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's just the one matchup where Zeus being good isn't really going to help you a lot because you're playing its game. Like, if it's Zeus versus Doran, I would feel a lot better, but if it ends up being against KT, like, it's not really going to matter because Keen has been so incredible this split.
Zeus has been looking better, though, lately. Not only today, but also for the past series we saw last week. Again, T1 aiming to recover from the slumpy summer that they had here. Do we see any glimpse and hope of improvement? Do you think they're on the right path, is what I mean?
For me, the biggest improvement that I saw today was the owner-carrier synergy. I think that jungle support, if you look at KT are at the front runner me. I think Gen G is a little bit more jungle mid, but jungle support like Lahens and Cuz are such a good two-man unit. And I think we saw even in the final Baron fight, when Owner is able to capitalize on the engage that carrier finds. Moment like that, that's what you got to build upon. But I still think that, you know, given today, T1 still, they have a lot to work on.
Yeah, I mean, also especially today, it's kind of hard to read because the game wasn't no action at all. Like, it's compared to KT game. Like, if I'm assuming, like, if there's a KT and T1 series, like, there's gonna be so many action from early on. Like, KT will force like everything like as much as they can, but it's
going in.
The point is like if the T1 can handle it or not. So that's going to be the key point, I will say.
And we've talked about this. If they get a lead, there's no way they're going to let it go the way T1 or D+ let it today. But that's the story for tomorrow. Hopefully, let's skip to the player of the game and see if it was the winning teamfight player. And again, I think it's Zeus. It's a tendency we've been seeing today. But he's been playing phenomenal. Also.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, if I can actually choose the player of the series as well, I would definitely choose the Zeus 100%. It's like not even close. Like, this is like Zeus. Like, he died all year, but it's still like he just completely top gap and just win the game just by himself, even in lane.
Yeah, I think Zeus definitely deserves the shout-out here, not just for this game, where obviously he was the vote, but even over the whole series, I think he's just been incredible. And as we also were just told, the only one who got the prediction correct, because I was a D+ voter, we had some 3-2 believers here with me as well, and, you know, seeing how this series panned out, I think it could have been, but it's only Veldes. Veld Analyst, only one with a 3-1 prediction for T1 amongst us.
I don't know if he... Wait, he had it yesterday as well, so he's the only one who's got like 100% win rate on predictions this week. Huni, we suck, but we're gonna scale, for sure.
I mean, Chronicler a little bit said... Oh. Chronicler is a little bit earlier to mention it. This is 3-1 series, but it feels like 3-2 series.
Oh yeah. Could have gone either way.
The match was like absolutely
It's more like it.
flip.
So, okay, so hear me out. 100% the reasoning for this is Faker landed the 2-man tippers, and that was one of the only things that happened in this game.
Yeah.
And then, Carry Out went in, Owner went in. Makes sense.
Existing players individually look much better than what we've been used to seeing from them during the season. Is the interview ready, Jason, or not? No, okay. So that gives us more time to maybe elaborate on the upcoming series and also D+ and their hopes.
Yeah, so there is, fortunately for D+, like a week and a half that you have, like maybe 2 weeks. And they'll have an opportunity, but they will, I think that Cos mentioned it as well, I'm 99% sure that they will have to start from the lower bracket. So they're going to face off against DRX, which, given how they play today, I don't even feel like, I don't feel strong one way or another. Because I think D+ are their own worst enemy. They should be way better, don't get me wrong. But I'm not so sure after seeing how they play today, even in winning positions.
I mean, there's a lot of things, like Sejuani on Canyon, like we gotta kind of stop that. Like Hanna, he gotta play like much better champ, like wherever he can actually kind of feel more comfortable at. Like those kind of 2 facts, I think it's gotta be the most important. That's what I feel.
D+ didn't manage to find themselves so far. I just have doubts as to they're going to be able to do it for the gauntlet when it matters, especially against Beryl and his loser bracket buff. But that's a story for in 2 weeks. As we said, interview is ready on stage. Dear, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the winners interview translation. We are here joined by Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, and on the side of T1, and Carrier on the side of T1, who just advanced to playoffs round 2 with today's victory. Zeus, so you came out on top against D+ Kia. How do you feel? I told myself that I am going to hell if I lose, so I'm really glad that we won today. So game 4 and 5 was so intense. So what was the feedback like? As we were playing the game, felt like we were being a little rushed or we were a little panicky. So the coaching staff actually gave us a direction on how to not do that or try to fix that. And yesterday, Weibo Gaming qualified for Worlds, and the Shy mentioned that he wants to meet you, Zeus, because you're like a little brother and you're very cute. So any response to that? Really? Makes me happy to hear that. It's going to be so fun. They've already qualified for Worlds, so we'll make sure to try hard to make sure that we also qualify for Worlds. And what is your resolution for playoffs round 2? Yeah, so the regular season standings have no meaning. So from now on, everything's going to be a lot of fun. And now, Owner, your interim head coach Tom picked you as the key player, and that's how important the jungle matchup was. And so, is there any aspect that you considered crucial for today against Canyon? I feel like I was focused on around the early game. And since the meta in the jungle right now is really all comes down to all the ult usage in team fights. So we noticed that you switched your Otani mode on today and had such an incredible performance with Poppy. And so are you satisfied with your performance? Since we won today, I'm pretty satisfied, but because I was able to land really good Poppy ult with the help of my teammates, I think that's why it all went well today. And so we heard that this is your 900th day since your debut in the LCK. So would you like to send a message to your fans?
900일 지났다는 게 좀 신기한 것 같고
Yeah.
900일
It's
동안
so
이제
cool
변함없이 응원해 주시는 분들
to
너무
realize
감사드리고
that it's been
더 열심히 할 수
900 days
있도록
since
저와
I
같이
became a professional
많은
player,
날을 함께
and
했으면
I'm just so
좋겠습니다.
grateful that so many fans are out there supporting me, and I hope to spend as many days with the fans as possible.
함께 많은 날을 함께 하고 싶습니다. 네, 다음으로 페이커 선수께 질문 드리도록 하겠습니다.
And next up, questions for Faker.
경기에 임해준 페이커 선수인데요. 어떻게 회복을
Faker,
많이
you played your
하셨을까요?
heart out despite your injury, so how have you been recovering? I feel like I've been feeling pretty good this week, actually.
적응하는 기간인 것 같습니다.
So my injury has healed, and I think this is just like an adjustment
혹시 오늘
period.
디플러스 기아 상대로 가장 까다로웠던 점은 무엇이고 승리의 요인은
So what
무엇이라고
was the
생각하는지
biggest
궁금해요.
challenge against D plus Kia today, and what was the
미드
main
견제가 많이
contributing factor for the
들어왔어가지고
victory?
그런 부분을 좀잘
I feel like they were
흘려냈어야
trying to deny mid a lot.
흘려내면서 조금 손해 보는 게 많았는데.
I feel like I didn't really do a good job being able to counter that.
승리 요인은 팀원들이 다 잘해주고.
Which is a little bit of a shame, but the main contributing factor was our concentration and remaining focused, and also because my teammates did so well.
이번 서머에도 도장깨기
Faker, you are the living proof of someone who always triumphs over challenges. So, are you ready to break your limits this summer?
스스로 좀 아직 좀 아직 좀 100% 상태는 아니지만.
I feel like I'm not at my 100% right now, but I hope that in the future I'm able to display good performance and see good results. And now for Gumayushi, how does it feel to defeat D plus Kia with a 3-1 score?
최근 경기력이 괜찮다고 생각해서 오늘은 이길 수
I feel like
있을
we've been
거라
performing pretty
생각하고
well recently,
왔고,
so
근데 오늘 좀
we
실수들이 많이
came up to the
나왔던 것
stage
같아서
thinking that we can definitely
그런
win,
부분들을
but
보완해야
I noticed a
다음
lot of
경기 잘 이길 수
mistakes.
있을 것 같습니다.
So as long as we're able to fix those mistakes by next match, we'll be in good shape.
기분이 좋을 것 같습니다. 오늘 4연속 자야를 플레이한 구마시 선수인데요.
You picked Zaya 4 times in a row today, and as a key player in the bot matchup today, it all came down to the bot draft. So how did you arrange your draft
결승이
today?
끝났는데 룰러 선수가 자야로 좋은 모습을 많이
So
보여주길래
LPL has
그 기운 좀 얻고자
finished
자야를
their
많이 했던
finals.
것 같습니다 오늘.
And I noticed that Ruler was utilizing Zaya a lot, so I think that's why I went with Zaya mostly today. So who do you think you'll face in playoffs round 2?
예상은 안 했는데 이번 프로비 1위와 3위한테
I'm not really
어드밴티지가 되게
expecting
많이
much.
있는 것 같아요. 그래서 잘
But there
선택하시면 될
seems
것
to be a
같습니다.
lot of advantage
잘
for
선택을 하면 될 것 같아. 혹시 만나고
first
싶은
place and third, so I think they
둘 다
should probably
상관없습니다. 뭐몸 씻기
do
전에
a
내일
good
해도
job trying to pick their opponent. And I'm not really worried about who we will end up playing, but really looking forward to playing against Viper.
엄청난 활약을 보여주셨는데요. 그 결과 2세트, 3세트 상대가
And Keria,
알리스타를 배나기도 했어요.
you had such a fantastic play with Alistar, followed by Alistar bans in game 2 and 3. So did you consider Alistar to be key in today's draft? It's just that we decided that Alistar would be suitable for our comp in game 1. That's why we went with Alistar.
데프트 켈린 듀오와의 라인전 과정에서
So against the bot lane of DK, Deft, Kellen duo, what was your game plan?
선수들이 라인전을 너무 잘해가지고 워낙 저희가
Deft and Kellen tend to be so great at the laning phase, but I knew that we wouldn't be lacking against them.
많이 힘들었습니다. 4세트는.
But in game 4 especially, it was actually pretty tough laning against them.
이렇게 또 재미있는 취업표까지 준비를 해주셨네요. 그러면은 마지막으로 앞으로의 플레이오프에 대한 각오도 들어보겠습니다.
And so let's hear your resolution for the rest of the playoffs. Fighting until the finals and for winning the title.
질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 울프의
So back to Faker. Did you hear Wolf chanting for you guys.
울프의 선창과
Yes, I
함께
did.
T1에게 목소리를 모아 응원해준 팬분들이 굉장히 많으시잖아요.
So all your fans and the crowd was chanting alongside Wolf for you guys. So any message for your fans? Thank you so much for everyone who has supported us. And Wolf was so great at leading the chant. So I'm really glad and I'm happy to hear that you're here. And I'd like to thank you for contributing for our win by helping us with the fan chants. And congratulations once again, and we hope to see your amazing performance in playoffs round 2. And this will be the end of the interview with the players of T1 and back to the space.
Thank you, dear. Nice to hear from the winners ahead of their next series. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. We'll see once Katie decides. I want to ask the chat, though, what they think. Who do you think Katie will pick for the next match? We've been discussing this, but I really want to know what you guys think. And for us at the space, I kind of want to focus on the rest of playoffs, actually, if we can have the updated bracket after this. What have we learned so far from the teams and how strong teams look outside of KT and Genji? Because even though we didn't see them play, I don't feel like they're going to change too much. They're really stable.
It was a bit of a tier list split of LCK, and I don't think it's going anywhere.
Oh.
I think that we very clearly, again here saw T1 and D+. I think T1 were the deserved winners, but I don't think the teams felt of a different class. And I think whichever team is going to get picked by KT is also going to get kind of bought by them. I think KT and Genji are just in a league of their own at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, basically, whoever play against KT will get, you know, like, way tougher to match up. But I would say the HLE for sure has a way higher chance to get a upset against, like, either Genji or KT than, you know, the T1 does. So it's gonna be, so it's gonna be a, we can see. I think the HLE series will be like really hype, and the T1 series will be the a little tough. But we'll see. I mean, that's where actually this stands for right now as a team. Like, there's a biggest gap at the two team, and then there's a middle and HLE, and then there's a DK and T1. So we'll see how it goes.
It's gonna be hard to catch up though, but I'm happy to see where Hanwha Life Esports ended up looking like, and I think they're going to get even stronger. I think new jungler just brought a bit of fresh air for the team. And
oh, yeah.
When I compare to the expectations we had from the team in spring and what they became in summer, that's what I wanted to see. But now that's what I want to see from T1, and that's what I want to see for the rest of the teams we have.
Hey, talking up G-Riz, you know I'm always down for it. Big fan.
Big fan, indeed. We'll see them play again in a couple of days, but that's all for us here on the side of the space, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you also for watching the LCK. We'll be back tomorrow for more playoffs. Bye-bye.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the